Chapter 961. After conveying Emperor Zhou's Liang Pan's message to Master Yun Yuanzhen, Yan Mingyue took her leave. She left Tianjing City and traveled around the world, her mind wandering. Many things have happened during my seclusion this time. After walking for a long time, Yan Mingyue suddenly stopped and looked to the west, where Mount Kunlun was located. Although she knew that the real owner was not in Mount Kunlun or the vast land of the Divine Land, she still looked in the direction of Mount Kunlun. As expected, my premonition was right. I just didn't expect this day to come so soon. What Yan Mingyue thought back to at this moment was the conversation she had with Lin Feng after the Battle of Xiling City. It really is a ship that can fly. Yan Mingyue laughed involuntarily, but the light in her eyes was clear. But a ship that can fly, in the end, has to sail in the sea. The endless universe is also a sea of stars. Yan Mingyue's mind was slightly absent-minded. In the end, as expected, people of different paths cannot work together. Sir is the greatest obstacle on this path, but it is also because of your existence that this small path has become a broad road. The world is really indescribably subtle. Now, Your Excellency, you are an existence that even the moon has to look up to. However, the moon is a drop of water, but it is a part of the ocean. Let us see if the ship can really transcend the ocean. The world suddenly shook slightly. The clouds gathered and turned into a human face. It was Yun Yuanzhen. Yan Mingyue smiled and bowed to Yun Yuanzhen. Master, Yun Yuanzhen said with a faint smile. Mingyue, you can continue to stay in Tianjing City. Yes, Master. Yan Mingyue smiled. Master, how was the discussion with Liang Pan? Yun Yuanzhen said, the initial intention has been achieved. Slowly plan next. This needs time. Fortunately, the master of the celestial sect bought us some time. Yan Mingyue's expression changed slightly. Master, are you talking about the master of the celestial sect's trip to Tianhuang mainland to capture and kill demons? Yun Yuanzhen said, capturing and killing White Tiger, Xiang Lu, Lu Yuan, Ancestral Crocodile, and the other great demons is one thing. The other thing is that Golden Cicada and Tianlong Kuan are injured and need time to recuperate. Yan Mingyue thought for a moment and said, but I still feel that it's not enough. The master of the Mystic Gate has yet to return from infinite wilderness. It's still unknown if he will clash with the other demons. Yun Yuanzhen slowly said, however, I will not place all my hopes on the leader of the Celestial Gate. I will also have to make some moves. This should be enough. Yan Mingyue nodded. The monster race invaded Taihua Mountain, while Marshal Granduncle Taiwan and the others were in the above heaven realm, causing the mountain to be destroyed. Now that we're free, we naturally have to return the favor. After a short pause, Yan Mingyue continued to ponder and asked, Master, but if there is really great progress and the master of the Celestial Sect of Wonders also has a new move, and in the end, the opportunity will greatly benefit our divine land. Should we temporarily put aside the Celestial Sect of Wonders and launch a war between the two realms against the demon clan? Yun Yuanzhen replied, if the time is right, it's not impossible, but the possibility is very small. After all, the whereabouts of Tianmei and Golden Rock are difficult to determine. If we want to take the initiative to attack places like Xianhai and Lingyuan Mountain, we need the Haotian Mirror to recover completely. Otherwise, the price will be too high. And it's difficult to temporarily put aside the Star Ocean if we can't find the right way. Whether it's the problem of Xianmen, Tianzong, or the monster race, we still need time. Yan Mingyue nodded. I understand. Yun Yuanzhen continued. Actually, the monster race also needs time. The master of the Celestial Gate's trip to Infinite Wasteland, and our next actions can also delay the monster race. Hearing this, Yan Mingyue's eyes flickered, and her expression gradually became solemn. Master, you mean Tenryu Jen? This time, Yun Yuanjin did not respond immediately. After a moment of silence, he said, I hope our guess is wrong. This time, Tianlong Kuan and the dragon race suffered such a huge loss at the hands of the master of the Celestial Gate. What the dragon race will do next can verify our previous guess. Yan Mingyue digested the information revealed by Yun Yuanjin. After a while, she smiled. If that's the case, I'm afraid the enchantress will be disappointed. Hearing this, Yun Yuanjin also smiled. Don't underestimate Tian Mei. When she was at the Star Soul Unity realm, even the experts who had reached the Dharma-ending realm could not see through her true form. She's still able to create such a huge commotion, even with heavy shackles on her body. She's a remarkable person. Yan Mingyue said with a smile. Master, didn't you almost make her reveal her true form back then? She and Yun Yuanjin had a close relationship. They were like mother and daughter, so it was not a taboo to say such teasing words. Although Yan Mingyue seemed to be joking, her gaze became more and more solemn. Yun Yuanjin was teased by his own disciple, but he was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said, although it is very regrettable if she really showed herself, I may not have been able to escape unscathed. Although with the protection of the clear sky mirror, you most likely would not have had to take someone else as your master, but it would have been very dangerous. She said it casually, but Yan Mingyue's heart was not at all relaxed. She would not look down on her master because of this, because she knew that Yun Yuanjin had taken the initiative to take the risk, even though he knew that the odds were against him. Ignorant courage was just recklessness. Knowing the danger, but still moving forward calmly, that was true courage. Suddenly, Yan Mingyue thought of something and asked, by the way, Master, the disciple of Xianmen Tianzong, Zhou Yunsong, who was taken away by the Golden Cicada Great Sage, is he? Yun Yuanjin nodded. I'm most likely right. Hearing this, Yan Mingyue sighed softly. I knew it. There shouldn't be such a coincidence. The absolute Een and the burning sun actually appeared at the same time. But this way, I'm afraid that what happened back then is another layer of hatred. She laughed self-deprecatingly. However, it's not a big deal. Yun Yuanjin said, what happened back then has long been buried, and there are no traces left. If we want to know the truth, we can only search his soul, but that's the last resort. It's too much just for a suspicion. But let's leave this matter to Dao Han. You and I don't need to get involved. I believe he will make his own decision. Yan Mingyue nodded and replied, yes, master. The cloud that condensed into Yun Yuanjin's face gradually dissipated. Yan Mingyue stood on the spot for a while, then turned and walked towards Tianjing City. At the same time, in infinite wilderness vast land, Zhou Yunsong, who had been protected by Yang Qing with the lunar true water, finally woke up. Zhuge had been asking about his precious daughter's well-being. When he saw Zhou Yunsong, he was slightly surprised. Oh, this is the junior brother from the same sect who has the burning sun physique that you mentioned. Wanqiu? It's not easy. It's really not easy that the burning sun physique didn't die young. Zhuge Wanqiu smiled and said, everyone was shocked when they found out about junior brother Zhou. When Zhou Yunsong woke up and saw Lin Feng, Yang Qing, and the others, he was slightly shocked. He then regained his senses and looked around, obviously knowing that he was saved. He bowed to Lin Feng and the others, and his lips moved. Thank you, Ancestral Master. Thank you, Master and Uncle Masters. Yang Qing looked at her only disciple. Her expression was still calm, but there was some warmth in the depths of her eyes. Yunsong, you've suffered. Shi Tianhao smiled and said, Master has already sought justice for you for that old bird that kidnapped you, that old worm. Even if he doesn't die this time, he will lose half his life. Lin Feng waved his hand and looked at Zhou Yunsong. Continue to adjust your breathing well. Don't mess up your inner qi and dermic powers. Zhou Yunsong nodded repeatedly and continued to adjust his breathing and recuperate under Yang Qing's watch. Lin Feng looked at Zhou Yunsong, and many thoughts appeared in his mind. This matter has many implications. As he thought, he led the group forward. Soon, they arrived at their destination, the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan and the divine Wudong tree clan, the Wutong forest. Previously, Lin Feng had heard Xiao Yan talk about the general situation of the Wudong forest. Seeing the world in front of him, where fiery red and milky white interweaved like an independent world, he knew that he had arrived at the place. Lin Feng stood in the void. Wang Lin went forward to greet them on his behalf. After a while, the milky white pure, yang true fire sea of fire in front of them parted to two sides, making a path. Through the parted sea of fire, they could see a dense forest below. The branches and leaves were green, and the tree trunks faintly emitted a fiery red glow. It flickered continuously, as if people were breathing. Even from far away, they could see that these trees were unbelievably huge. Lin Feng had obtained the cloud forest tree in the cloud forest world. Although it was unable to form a demon nascent soul because there was no void thunder tribulation in the medium-class world, because it had absorbed a large amount of spirit qi, its body was already extremely huge, reaching a height of 10,000 feet. A tree was taller than many lofty mountains, and its crown covered the sky. But in the sea of trees in front of them, one could see trees that were even taller than the cloud forest tree at a glance. Of course, there were also smaller trees, and there were definitely more of them. Many large and small trees formed a huge sea of trees. The tree trunks flashed with a red light, and the milky white sea of fire in the surroundings shone brightly. If one really had to calculate carefully, the number of these giant trees wasn't that great, but because they were too large when they were gathered together, it gave one a type of shocking feeling. They covered the sky and covered the earth, forming a world of their own, extremely magnificent. Shi Tianhao's eyes were slightly dazed as he looked at the Wudong forest in front of him. Tunten did the same thing as him. Wang Lin, Chu Yang, Yang Qing, Li Yuanfang, Luo Qingwu, and a group of younger disciples were also in awe. Lin Feng also watched this scene with interest. Among the 4 great trees in the world, the ginseng fruit tree has not been seen for many years. It has been rumored that it has been completely extinct for a long time. Nowadays, even the Salo iron tree and the Longhuan jade tree are extremely rare. Only the divine Wudong tree can grow on such a scale. At this moment, a beautiful phoenix cry rang out in the Wudong forest. Several figures flew out and welcomed Lin Feng. Chapter 962. A few divine Wudong trees could be clearly seen in the huge sea of Wudong trees before them, and they were clearly much taller than the others of the same species. These few largest divine Wudong trees did not gather together, but were spread out in the sea of trees. They seemed to be unrelated, but they seemed to form a simple yet profound formation. Li Yuanfang's eyes flickered as he looked at this scene, displaying a rare focus and obsession. In the center of the Wudong forest, there was a towering tree that was even taller than the others of the same species. That divine Wudong tree stood between the heavens and the earth, its height exceeding tens of thousands of feet. The diameter of the tree alone took up a large area of the entire Wudong forest. Lin Feng stared at that divine Wudong tree and nodded slightly. It was obvious that it was the Wudong Emperor without a doubt. The Wudong Emperor had yet to reveal its true form, or it would probably be even larger. Wang Lin, Shi Tianhao, and Zhuge gazes also landed on that huge divine wudong tree. After looking for a moment, Wang Lin turned his head and revealed a rare hesitant expression. I feel like the Wudong Emperor hasn't gone through the tribulation yet, right? But why does it give me the feeling that it's even more pressuring than facing a great demon like Xiang Lu? He and Zhu Yi were the two with the strongest spirits among Lin Feng's disciples, but their strengths were different as well. Comparatively speaking, Wang Lin's advantage lay in the strength and tenacity of his spirit. While his sensitivity and senses were inferior to Zhu Yi's, they were still rather extraordinary. Especially now that he had proven his primordial soul, his mystical powers had improved greatly, and his senses were outstanding as well. The Wudong Emperor had a mild temperament, and did not reveal its true form, nor did it intentionally display its powerful demonic powers. However, Wang Lin could still vaguely see some clues. Shi Tianhao and Zhuge also looked at the huge divine Wudong tree in a daze, their faces revealing a contemplative expression. Lin Feng said calmly, be it humans or demons among the currently known existences, putting aside the fact that the king of the underworld has come back to life, other than that old cicada, golden cicada, the Wudong Tree Emperor is probably the oldest. The number of years he has cultivated for must be counted in units of 10,000 years. A long time ago, he was already a great demon at the pinnacle of the astral soul fusion realm. But for some reason, he never experienced the tribulation. Lin Feng said, after a tribulation a few thousand years ago, his injuries have not healed, so the tribulation naturally had to be postponed indefinitely. When Tong came to the Wudong forest back then, she only managed to temporarily control the Wudong Emperor's injuries. She was not able to completely sever its roots. Lin Feng smiled. But even so, the Wudong Tree Emperor's demonic powers are extremely powerful and cannot be underestimated. With him overseeing this Wudong forest, coupled with the terrain and the help of his kin, there's no need to say more. However, if he could avoid fighting, the Wudong Tree Emperor would definitely not fight. On one hand, he doesn't like fighting, and on the other, if he were to fight against an expert of the same level, it's very likely that his injuries, which were already under control, would relapse again. Of course, as long as the great Phoenix Sage is here, there's no need for the Wudong Tree Emperor to fight anyone. The Phoenix race and the divine Wudong Tree race live together, and they're almost one. The great Phoenix Sage can also control the power of the Wudong Forest, the common ancestral land of the two races. The great Phoenix Sage was the current leader of the Phoenix race, an unparalleled great demon of the degenerate realm, and one of the top experts of the vast Tianhuang land. As he spoke, a few crisp phoenix cries rang out from the Wudong Forest before them. Then, a few figures flew out of the Wudong Forest, heading towards Lin Feng and the others. The one at the front was an azure phoenix. Its entire body was azure like jade, without a single flaw. It had the head of a chicken, the jaw of a swallow, the neck of a snake, the back of a turtle, and the tail of a fish. Its entire body shone with 5-colored light. It wasn't big, only around 6 feet tall. But seeing the 5-colored light shimmering around this azure phoenix, Lin Feng and the others knew that this was a phoenix that had already begun to experience its first tribulation. The great Phoenix Sage, the Black Phoenix, MOU, and the other phoenixes they had seen before all shone with golden light. Only after experiencing the first tribulation would the light around the phoenix race become 5-colored. If they completely passed the first tribulation and reached the degenerate realm, then no matter if it was a crimson phoenix, an azure phoenix, or a black phoenix, their feathers would all turn pure gold as they shone with 5-colored light. In this aspect, they were rather similar to the primordial celestial dragon race. However, there were still quite a few differences between the two, and they couldn't be lumped together. Beside the great Phoenix Sage were old acquaintances. They were the great Phoenix Sage, Crimson Phoenix Sage, and the Black Phoenix MOU. It was worth mentioning that MOU had now achieved an indestructible demon soul, so he had to be called the Great Sage MOU. When the Great Phoenix Sage saw Lin Feng, he nodded in greeting. Greetings, Master of the Celestial Gate of Wonders. The Great Sage Fei Yi and Mo, you also bowed. Master of the Celestial Gate of Wonders, how have you been? Lin Feng nodded with a smile and returned the greeting. I'm the one who has disturbed you. You're too polite. Master of the Celestial Gate of Wonders, please come inside. The Great Phoenix Sage turned around and led the way. Lin Feng and the others immediately followed, while the Great Sage Fei Yi and Mo Yu followed on both sides. Although Lin Feng had previously joked about leaving Shi Tianhao and Tunten outside, it was just a joke. At this moment, Shi Tianhao and Tunten naturally came in together. The two didn't cause trouble and obediently followed behind Lin Feng. They just looked around with interest. The entire parasol tree forest was peaceful and tranquil. Even though the demonic energy fluctuations linked together like the sky and the ocean, boundless, it didn't seem to be ferocious and violent, but was instead lofty, and had an otherworldly aura. Under the guidance of the Great Phoenix Sage, the group of people came to the largest wudong tree in the center of the wudong forest. The branches and leaves of the wudong tree swayed slightly, and on one of the branches, an old man with a gentle and elegant face and a noble temperament appeared. This old man cupped his hands towards Lin Feng, saying with a smile, in front of the Master of the Celestial Gate, Jingfang Qinggu pays his respects here. I still have to thank fellow Taoist for letting little friend Lin Tong come over before, resolving this old man's difficulties. This old man was the leader of the Divine Wudong Tree clan, the Wudong Tree Emperor. Rays of light were projected behind the Wudong Tree Emperor, turning into human figures. There were middle-aged and young people, and all of them were dressed like scholars. Many of the divine Wudong trees in the Wudong forest used their demonic power to project light shadows over. They followed behind the Wudong Tree Emperor and cupped their hands at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and returned the greeting. Wudong Tree Emperor, you're too kind. Tong, has seen the light of day again from the Kunpeng's belly. This is the will of heaven. I'm just doing what I can. Carrying out the ceremony has been of great help to Tong. And I, Xianmen Tianzong, have even obtained the pure yang true fire. I should be thanking you instead. Master of the Celestial Gate of Wonders, there's no need to be so polite. A clear voice sounded from the top of the giant tree, where the Wudong Tree Emperor was. Then a five-colored radiance descended and stood beside the Wudong Tree Emperor. It was a female phoenix that was completely scarlet gold in color and shone with five-colored light. Unlike the other phoenixes like the blue phoenix sage, this female phoenix was not only scarlet gold in color, but there seemed to be 5 symbols carved all over her body. The first symbol was virtue, the wing symbol was obedience, the back symbol was righteousness, the belly symbol was faith, and the ing symbol was benevolence. These 5 symbols were not written in human language, but when Lin Feng and the others looked over, they could vaguely understand what they meant. It was completely scarlet gold in color, and there were 5 symbols on its body. It shone with 5-colored light. It was a phoenix at the last day's realm. Someone at this realm was undoubtedly the great phoenix sage of this generation. After the 2 parties exchanged greetings, the great phoenix sage and the Wudong Tree Emperor invited Xianmen Tianzong and the others to take their seats. Regarding the grudge between Lin Feng and the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan indeed adopted a neutral stance. From what they knew, the Scarlet Thunder Dragon King wanted to interfere, with Lin Feng's obtaining of the Yingzhou Immortal Mountain. Both parties were normal enemies. The Scarlet Thunder Dragon King was defeated by Lin Feng and died, and the Dragon Clan wanted to seek revenge on Lin Feng. It was all reasonable, and there was no right or wrong. Since that was the case, both parties would rely on their own abilities. It was just that after Lin Feng killed the Scarlet Thunder Dragon King and refined him into his clone, the Phoenix Clan and the Divine Wudong Tree Clan had some complaints, but it was not enough to affect their relationship. Be it the Great Phoenix Sage or the Wudong Tree Emperor, they were both open and honest, and they told Lin Feng what they thought. Lin Feng smiled and did not argue further. This involved the perception of different races, and there was no point in discussing it further. If a human powerhouse died at the hands of the Great Phoenix Sage or the Wudong Tree Emperor, perhaps he would be given a proper burial. However, if he died at the hands of a dragon powerhouse or other demons, his grave would definitely be the other party's stomach. The Great Phoenix Sage and the Wudong Tree Emperor did not continue on this topic. After chatting for a while, Lin Feng went straight to the point and stated the purpose of his visit. However, he used his transcendence energy to transmit his voice, so only the Great Phoenix Sage and the Wudong Tree Emperor could hear him. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but please tell me, my friends, Lin Feng looked at the Wudong Tree Emperor and said, "Who was the culprit behind the calamity that befell you back then?" I know this is a rude question, but this is an important matter. If I have offended you, please do not take it to heart. The Great Phoenix Sage and the Wudong Tree Emperor looked at each other and remained silent for a while. After a while, the Wudong Tree Emperor sighed slightly and said, "I've embarrassed myself in front of the Celestial Sect Master. Even now, I am still not sure who that person is." Lin Feng's pupils contracted slightly as he looked at the Wudong Tree Emperor. The Great Phoenix Sage nodded, and the Great Phoenix Sage said, "I was not in the Wudong Forest when I was out." The other party suddenly attacked and injured Jing Feng. However, the other party seemed to be shrouded in mist, and it was difficult to discern her true appearance. She did not reveal any special abilities, so I was unable to see the true form of her race. She seemed to know what Lin Feng was thinking. She shook her head and said, "She is not the heavenly enchantress who is currently active in the infinite wilderness." Although there are many similarities between the two, the heavenly enchantress only appeared after the last war between the two worlds. She has only recently reached the degenerate realm. Lin Feng said quietly, even if she had already come into being before the war, but at the time, if she wanted to injure fellow Taoist Wudong Tree Emperor in the Wudong Forest and still escape unscathed without revealing anything, the possibility is not high. However, the enchantress and the death prison Heavenly Wolf under her command are senior and junior. Since that is the case, she must have a master. The Great Phoenix Sage nodded slightly. I have the same guess as well. Therefore, although I have to stay in the Wudong Forest all these years, I have also sent Song Yuan to investigate the Heavenly Enchantress. However, the other party is very perceptive, and her whereabouts are also very secretive. I have never found anything. Silently, the Wudong Tree Emperor said, "Back then, that person was extremely powerful, and for some reason had a deep understanding of the Wudong Forest. He broke through many restrictions. When the Heavenly Phoenix went out, I was the only one in the Wudong Forest. It was extremely dangerous to face that person. If not for what happened later, I'm afraid that my injuries would have been even more severe, and I might even have died completely." Oh, Lin Feng's eyes flickered as he looked at the Wudong Tree Emperor. Chapter 963. What happened next? Lin Feng noticed the Wudong Tree Emperor's words, and his gaze froze. The Wudong Tree Emperor nodded and slowly said, "Xuehua Yudu of the Yudu race appeared and helped me force them back." Lin Feng didn't say anything, but he frowned. He had heard of the name Shiwehua Yudu before. In the past, Yuang Heavenly Sea ruled over Tianhuang continent, and the Yudu race became the strongest race in the demon world. Other than Yuang Heavenly Sea herself, the Yudu race also produced many strong practitioners. Shiwehua Yudu was one of the top figures. Usually, people called her Great Sage Shiwehua. She was a great demon of Yudu on the Dharma-ending realm, and was rumored to be Yudu Tianhai's younger sister. However, Great Sage Shiwehua had already fallen in the previous war between the two worlds. Lin Feng muttered, "From what I know, the Phoenix race and the Divine Wudong Tree race didn't participate in the previous war." The Great Phoenix Saint nodded. "That's right." Lin Feng stared at the Great Phoenix Saint and the Wudong Tree Emperor. According to the style of the Phoenix race and the Divine Wudong Tree race, they would repay kindness. Although they might not be willing to participate in the war between the Divine Land and Tianhuang continent, if Yuang Heavenly Sea and Great Sage Shiwehua made a request, the Great Phoenix Saint and the Wudong Tree Emperor most likely wouldn't reject it. The Great Phoenix Saint didn't say anything. Her expression was calm, and there were no fluctuations in her gaze. However, it was precisely this abnormal look that allowed Lin Feng to see some clues. It was clearly an attitude of disdain. The Wudong Tree Emperor, who was beside her, sighed and continued, "Yuang Heavenly Sea ruled over Tianhuang continent in the past, sweeping through all the demons. Although the Wudong Tree Forest is in seclusion, the Yudu race won't forget us. However, no matter if it's the Phoenix race or me, we don't want to be involved in the war with the Divine Land. So we rejected Yuang Heavenly Sea. To be able to make Yuang Heavenly Sea return empty-handed, the Phoenix race and the Wudong Tree race are indeed extraordinary," Lin Feng praised plainly. The Wudong Tree sovereign shook his head and sighed. He spoke honestly. "I'm not afraid that the profound Gate Lord would find this a joke. Back then, Yo Huang's innate techniques were truly world-shaking. Even if our two races joined forces, we would still be prepared to perish together. With the temperaments of the Phoenix and the Divine Wudong Tree, this was a very normal reaction. They vowed to die rather than submit, and they would never be threatened by others. At worst, they would be exterminated." However, Lin Feng frowned. This seat doesn't believe that a character like Yuang Tianhai would give up so easily. Those who submit will prosper. Those who oppose will perish, right? The Wudong Tree Emperor nodded. In the past, Heavenly Phoenix had a close relationship with Shiwehua Yudu. Because of this, Yuang's Celestial Sea didn't act forcefully, and the Wudong Forest was protected. After that, feeling gratitude for Snow Hua Yudu lending a helping hand again, Heaven Phoenix finally decided to follow the Yudu race to participate in the war between the two worlds. When the war officially started, I was injured, so I stayed in the Parasol Tree Forest. At this point, the Wudong Tree Emperor shook his head slowly. "I just didn't expect that everything was a scam. Shiwehua Yudu is actually related to the person who invaded the Parasol Tree Forest and injured me that day." Lin Feng heard this and came to a realization. "So that's how it is," the Wudong Tree Emperor said. At that time, the war between the two worlds had already erupted, but Heaven Phoenix and the others didn't have time to make a move. They received the news at the last moment, and after some verification, although there were still many doubts that hadn't been solved, they knew that we had been scammed, so they immediately returned to the Parasol Tree Forest and didn't participate in the war. Lin Feng looked at the silent Phoenix, Great Sage, and shook his head with a smile. "Although my understanding of Yuang's Celestial Sea is only superficial, according to my impression of his style of doing things, this doesn't seem to be his style. It's most likely that Great Sage Shiwehua took charge of this matter and made this plan." The Wudong Tree Emperor sighed and said, "No matter if it's Tianhai or Shiwehua, they are already dead. There's no meaning in talking about these things now. Lin Feng shook his head and didn't say anything. To him, it was still useful to clarify the mysteries. Whether the mysterious person who was suspected to be the enchantress's teacher was related to great sage Xuehua alone or the entire Yudu race, the difference was huge. If he was acquainted with the entire Yudu race and Yu Wang's celestial sea, then he could verify one of Lin Feng's conjectures. If it was just great sage Xuehua's personal connections, then it would be a completely different situation. Lin Feng raised his eyes to look at the Wutong Tree Emperor and the Phoenix Great Sage. Forgive me for asking, but back then, Great Sage Phoenix, how did you find out the truth? At this moment, the Phoenix Great Sage opened his mouth and said, "The Divine Land." Lin Feng nodded and didn't say anything. As human cultivators of the Divine Land, they naturally didn't wish for the Phoenix race and the Divine Parasol Tree race to participate in the war between the two worlds. However, the credibility of the news they spread should be guaranteed. After all, the Phoenix Great Sage wouldn't be moved by just a few words. He would definitely verify it in detail and only make the final decision when there was concrete evidence. As expected, the Phoenix Great Sage continued to say, "The person who invaded the Parasol Forest seemed to have been heavily injured by human cultivators. Later on, with the protection of Xuehua Yudu, he managed to escape. Because of his injuries, he left behind some clues, allowing those human cultivators to know about what happened in the Parasol Forest back then. Thus, they informed me about it. According to the response from that side, his injuries were rather severe, and it's unknown whether he's dead or alive. However, I'm not sure about the specifics. After the war between the two worlds, because the Wutong Tree Emperor was injured, the Phoenix Great Sage almost never left the Parasol Forest. However, the Phoenix race never gave up on investigating what happened back then. It was just that they didn't gain much, and there weren't many valuable things." She looked at Lin Feng and nodded. "As for the specifics of the other party, I'm not very clear either. However, he's definitely related to Xuehua Yudu. As for whether he's related to Yu Wang's Celestial Sea or the entire Yudu race, I can't say for sure." When Lin Feng heard this, his brows furrowed slightly, and he sank into deep thought. If it was really as the Phoenix Great Sage had said, the Divine Land of the human world should have more information about the background of this mysterious person who was very likely to be related to the Enchantress. However, the reality was that there was almost no useful information from the Divine Land. As far as Lin Feng knew, even the Taishu Temple didn't know much about the background of the Enchantress. As for this person who invaded the Parasol Forest and injured the Wudong Tree Emperor, almost no one in the Divine Land knew anything about him. It was as if he had never existed. If it wasn't for the Taishu Temple pretending to be ignorant and keeping the information a secret, then who was it that leaked the information to the Phoenix Great Sage back then? Great Thunderclap Monastery, a name that was about to become history, appeared in Lin Feng's mind. In that case, Yu Wang's Celestial Sea didn't choose Great Thunderclap Monastery as the location of the final battle back then for no reason. From this, we can see that the person who invaded the Parasol Forest isn't just related to Xuehua Yudu. He's also related to Yu Wang, Celestial Sea. Lin Feng sighed softly and thought to himself, "In that case, my guess has been verified. Although there are still many things I'm unclear about, the entire clue is gradually connecting." He shook his head and laughed. "Well, half a clue is still only half a clue. There are still many things I'm unclear about, but it's enough for now." Lin Feng composed himself and cupped his hands towards the Phoenix Great Sage and the Wutong Tree Emperor. "I've been rude today. I still have to thank the two of you for clearing up my doubts." The Phoenix Great Sage and the Wutong Tree Emperor shook their heads in unison. "Master of Mystic Gate, you're too courteous." After exchanging greetings for a while, Lin Feng also extended an invitation to the Phoenix Great Sage and the Wutong Tree Emperor to be his guests at Jade Capital Mountain. Then he brought Wang Lin, Shi Tianhao, and the others out of the Parasol Forest. After leaving the ancestral lands of the Phoenix race and the divine Wutong Tree clan, the group flew in midair. Lin Feng was still in deep thought. Wang Lin, Shi Tianhao, and the others looked at each other. Lin Feng had communicated with the Wutong Tree Emperor and the Phoenix Great Sage using voice transmissions, so they couldn't hear it. What did Master talk about with the Phoenix Great Sage and the others? Luo Qingwu asked curiously. Wang Lin, Shi Tianhao, Li Yuanfang, and Yang Qing all shook their heads. They were also at a loss and couldn't answer their little junior sister's question. Lin Feng collected his thoughts and smiled at his disciples. It's nothing. I've cleared up some of the doubts in my heart, but I've added some other worries. Although there were some more worries in his heart, Lin Feng's expression was relaxed, and his gaze was calm. Seeing this, Wang Lin, Shi Tianhao, and the others knew that things were not urgent. Shi Tianhao smiled and looked at Zhuge Zhan, who was flying with Zhuge Wanqiu. He smiled and asked, Mr. Zhuge, what do you plan to do next? Zhuge Zhan cupped his hands at Lin Feng and Shi Tianhao. I entered the void battlefield and achieved my goal. I don't plan to run around anymore. I want to spend some time with my precious daughter. Shi Tianhao said, Usually it's fine to let Wanqiu go out and travel the world with you, Mr. Zhuge, to broaden her horizons and enjoy family happiness at the same time. But now that she's back, it's time for her to enter seclusion and form her Azoth Corps. Although there won't be any problems with Mr. Zhuge watching over her, Wanqiu is a disciple of our sect after all. It's more beneficial for me as her master to watch over her when she forms her Azoth Corps. Zhuge Zhan nodded. Of course, I understand. I'll have to trouble you from now on. Zhuge Wanqiu could naturally switch to learn his divine light of the sun path and let him watch over her Azoth Corps. However, Zhuge Zhan was still very satisfied with Xianmen Tianzong. His daughter had been learning from Shi Tianhao for many years now, and Zhuge Zhan didn't want her to change her path halfway. After witnessing Xianmen Tianzong's path, Zhuge Zhan, who had always been arrogant, was also full of admiration in his heart. What's more, his daughter got along well with her fellow disciples and had many close friends. Unlike when she was with him, she rarely even had a close friend. She was all alone, so Zhuge Zhan naturally couldn't bear to separate his daughter from her close friends. However, he was even more reluctant to separate from his daughter, whom he hadn't seen for many years and had finally reunited with after much difficulty. After thinking for a while, he solemnly cupped his hands at Lin Feng. Lord Lin, I have a presumptuous request. I hope you can allow it. Chapter 964. Zhuge Zhan said to Lin Feng solemnly, Sect Leader Lin, I hope to find a place to stay on your Yujing Mountain. I hope you'll allow it. With his personality, he would not think of leaning against a big tree to enjoy the shade. For him, freedom was far more enjoyable than joining a certain sect. Today, he suddenly changed his mind. On one hand, he admired the style of the Celestial Sect of Wonders, and at the same time, he was convinced. On the other hand, he was reluctant to part with his long-lost daughter again. Lin Feng smiled. You're too kind, Brother Zhuge. If you want to stay on the mountain, you can be a guest in Xianmen Gate. You can do whatever you want, and there won't be too many rules to hold you back. Zhuge Zhan replied, I'm very grateful for Sect Leader Lin's generosity. I know my own personality, but since I've disturbed your sect, I'll naturally follow the rules. If there's anything you want me to do, Sect Leader Lin can tell me. My daughter is now a disciple of your sect. In the future, I'll need your guidance. I'm sorry for troubling you. Lin Feng said, You don't have to be so polite. Wanqiu has entered our sect, her master, and I will naturally protect her. Zhuge Wanqiu was happy to see that her father would return to the mountain with them, but she was also slightly embarrassed. Fortunately, although Han Yang, Huang Jinting, Tan Yunqing, and the others were surprised that her father was a great cultivator of the path integration realm, they were only surprised. They did not look at her strangely, and there was nothing unusual when they talked to each other. Only Huang Jinting could not help but chuckle when he saw that Zhuge Zhan was going back with them. The others were confused. Han Yang stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Huang Jinting. Senior brother Huang, what's wrong? Huang Jinting chuckled. Rosa has been pestering senior sister Wanqiu. He's too stubborn, and senior sister Wanqiu is too gentle. I've always been worried that if senior sister Wanqiu agreed, she might be bullied in the future. But from the looks of it now, there's no need to worry. It's still a problem whether Rosa can pass senior Zhuge. Ha ha! Han Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw Huang Jinting roaring with laughter. He was rather speechless. The corners of Tan Yunqing's mouth twitched slightly when she heard this. She was momentarily at a loss for words. Both of them shook their heads and paid no further attention to Huang Jinting, who was still immersed in his fantasies, and they continued to meditate cross-legged while nurturing their dermic energies, comprehending Tao arts, and seriously summarizing the gains they'd obtained from this trip to infinite wilderness. Not only Zhuge Wanqiu, but Han Yang, Huang Jinting, and Tan Yunqing had also gained a lot. After experiencing the continuous fierce battles with the Chou Qin clan and the carrying heaven ant clone refined by the great sage Li Yuan, the four of them felt as if the clouds had dispelled and the sun had come out, and the bottleneck in their cultivation had loosened. After that, they witnessed their own master and even ancestor Lin Feng's intense battle with a group of great demons, which was an eye-opener for them. Although it was difficult for them to understand most things with their current eyesight, the gains they'd gained were enough for them to digest and study for a long time. After leaving the parasol tree forest, Lin Feng led the group of disciples across infinite wilderness and back to the divine land. The goal of this trip had been achieved, so Lin Feng needed to go back and sort out the gains he'd gained from this trip. The gains that could be seen and felt needed to be sorted out, and things like the Star Ocean portal that still needed to be figured out required him to calm down and study slowly. The previous battle allowed Lin Feng to make a name for himself in Tianhuang mainland. On the way back, no one dared to touch his whiskers. The only expert that Lin Feng could vaguely sense was the current clan leader of the primordial demon ape clan, the Great Sage. However, from the time Lin Feng walked to the realm passage that connected infinite wilderness and the divine land, the Great Sage remained silent. Naturally, Lin Feng knew what he was thinking about. Playing with the disc fragment that he'd obtained from Golden Cicada, Lin Feng smiled. That disc was Ji Huang Xinyuan's relic, and after it was broken, it was divided into 5 pieces. The Great Sage obtained 2 fragments, while Lin Feng, the Enchantress, and the Golden Rock Great Sage each obtained 1. The Great Sage naturally hoped to reassemble all the fragments. However, the Great Sage now had a clear understanding of Lin Feng's strength. Now that he was alone and had left the Spirit Abyss Mountain, he couldn't do anything to Lin Feng and could only watch as Lin Feng returned to the Divine Land. Returning to the Divine Land through the Realm Passage, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Tenryu Zhen didn't come after all. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Then, Taishu Temple, it's all up to you. However, I don't think there'll be much success unless you bring the Haotian mirror into the mysterious sea. Everyone's fighting for time. Lin Feng chuckled, looking at the southern wilderness of the divine land in front of him. He turned into a conveyance light and broke through the air. However, he soon stopped and looked to the east. After carefully scanning with his divine senses, his eyes narrowed slightly. The spatial realm is not as stable as before. Lin Feng's eyes were calm and peaceful. When the heaven-punishing sword was completed, there was a faint movement in the Netherworld Sea. The Netherworld Sea, one of the 7 seas of Tianyuan, was completely sealed most of the time. It was not connected to the vast 1,000 domains, but cracks would occasionally appear. Generally speaking, although the specific location of the cracks in the Netherworld Sea was not fixed, the general area was fixed. It was in the southern wilderness of the Divine Land, near the area where Lin Feng was now. Lin Feng stared at the surroundings for a moment, then retracted his gaze. He broke through the void and continued on his way back to the Kunlun mountain range. When he arrived at the Kunlun mountain range, Yujing Mountain also appeared in the void due to his mind. It floated above the Cloud Peak, overlooking the Cloud Peak Mirror Lake and Cloud Mirror City below. After receiving the news, Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, Yu Hongyan, and the others also came out to welcome Lin Feng back to the mountain. Lin Feng glanced around and discovered that Zhu Yi did not come down from Yujing Mountain. Instead, he flew into the air from the Mirror Lake outside Cloud Mirror City. After not seeing for a long time, Lin Feng discovered with interest that on the shore of the Mirror Lake, in the Kunlun Mountains about 30 miles away from Cloud Mirror City, another large empty space has been opened up, and there, right now, stands a huge courtyard palace. This courtyard occupied a vast area. Although it was not as big as Cloud Mirror City, it was still very spectacular. It was like a small city. Lin Feng looked at Zhu Yi and smiled. "Little Yi, is this the Mirror Lake Academy you mentioned before?" Zhu Yi nodded and said solemnly, "Yes, master." Wang Lin, Shi Tianhao, and the others also sized up the courtyard palace in front of them curiously. Back in Infinite Mainland, Zhu Yi had once reported to Lin Feng via voice transmission that he wanted to build an academy by the Mirror Lake. Lin Feng did not object and asked him to handle it himself. Wang Lin and the others also knew about it. However, like Lin Feng, they did not know much. Now that they really saw this academy, everyone was also rather interested. Shi Tianhao asked curiously, "Second senior brother, what does this academy teach, and what kind of disciples do they accept? If there are good seedlings, why don't they just bring them to the foot of the Cloud Peak and walk the heart-reflecting staircase?" Zhu Yi said with a smile, "They don't teach Dermic Tao here. Instead, they teach everything. All kinds of knowledge and principles are taught." "Oh." Shi Tianhao was slightly stunned. Wang Lin and the others looked over as well, waiting for Zhu Yi to answer them. Zhu Yi said slowly, "While I've been cultivating, I've also been working on simplifying and perfecting various Dermic Tao. I hope that everyone in the world can cultivate and understand the principles so that they will no longer be ignorant and mediocre. Although I've gained limited results, I've gained some insights. Master often teaches us that there are great Daos and minor Daos. Everything in the world has its own principles, so I intend to start from these aspects. At the same time that I comprehend the Taoist scriptures from top to bottom, I can also summarize the principles from bottom to top, combining the two to verify. Although it's still just a hypothesis, if the people of the world can grasp more knowledge and apply it to their daily lives, then they can become self-reliant and self-reliant. It will be of great benefit to all living beings in the world. The civilization of man, the blossoming of 100 flowers, this is the right path." Luo Qingwu looked at the huge academy. After listening to Zhu Yi's words, she thought for a while and asked, "Senior apprentice brother Zhu Yi, according to your idea, this academy shouldn't just be a secular academy that only talks about poetry, books, and etiquette. At most, it should also include things like horsemanship, archery, and music, right?" Zhu Yi smiled. Of course, there are all the principles that a scholar should learn, but it's definitely not limited to that. He pointed at the magnificent Mirror Lake Academy and said with a smile, studying things to gain knowledge, studying things to gain knowledge. Everything is not inferior. It's not only about studying, but also about applying what you've learned. This is the right principle. According to my plan, there will be many subjects such as policy theory, economics, military affairs, law, history, culture and education, etiquette, astronomy, geography, arithmetic, medicine, agriculture, machinery, handicrafts, trade, and so on. They will all be taught at the same time. Scholars who are lofty and only know how to talk and see other professions as lowly jobs are not worthy of being called scholars. They are just bookworms who don't work hard and can't distinguish between the 5 grains. The saints said that education is not discriminating. Everyone is different. Just because one doesn't have talent in one aspect doesn't mean that he can't walk his own path in other aspects. This is the reason why I built this academy to be different from all the other academies in the secular world. Wang Lin looked at the academy in front of him and revealed a faint smile. If I hadn't embarked on the path of cultivation, perhaps I would have become a carpenter. Hearing this, the others also laughed. Zhu Yi said with a smile, it's better to teach a man to fish than to give a man a fish. For example, people like us can summon clouds and rain to rain on a land that has been suffering from drought for a long time. It's as easy as lifting a finger. But if we keep doing this, what's the point of making the secular people rely on us? People have to be self-reliant and strive to improve. My academy will recruit talents and continuously study them. They will have achievements in irrigation and agriculture, so that those who are willing to learn can master them and bring them back to their hometowns to improve the environment of their hometowns. Their contributions to the present generation will be beneficial to the future generations. Zhu Yi said, actually, I've made a fool of myself. This Mirror Lake Academy is just a big framework that I've built. There aren't many teachers and students, but I believe that with the passage of time, it will grow. I've already sent out the news and recruited many talents. I've also put an effort to study various aspects of knowledge. Once everything is on the right track, I think things will be much better. At this point, Zhu Yi suddenly laughed. In addition, I intend to let the disciples of my Qiantian Palace come to Mirror Lake Academy and take turns to gain experience. Chapter 965. I hope that your disciples can understand your painstaking efforts. Xiao Yan at the side smiled and said, I will also tell my sect's disciples about this matter. But whether they are willing to go or not will depend on their own intentions. Wang Lin, Shi Tianhao, Yu Hongyan, Yang Qing, Li Yuanfang, Luo Qinggu, and the others all smiled and nodded. Yang Qing looked at the Mirror Lake Academy and asked softly, Second senior apprentice brother, although we have good relations with the Great Qin Dynasty, Purple Heaven Dao, Northern Militant Imperial Court, and other forces, the world is vast. Even cultivators of our generation sometimes feel that the road is not short. If it was a mortal who wanted to come to this academy to study, I'm afraid they wouldn't have the strength to do so. Zhu Yi nodded his head. Fifth junior brother's concern is right. Therefore, this academy is currently mainly aimed at the northern part of the Kunlun mountain range, as well as the surrounding areas. Those who wish to come here to study can head to Sand Continent City. I have arranged for someone there to send the scholars here through the teleportation array. When this Mirror Lake Academy develops and gets on the right track, depending on the external environment, it will spread out and spread throughout the world. This kind of academy will slowly spread throughout the Divine Prefecture, benefiting everyone in the world. Zhu Yi pointed at Mirror Lake Academy and said with a smile, before this, I was still talking about the principle of studying things to gain knowledge. Right now, This first academy is an experiment. If there are any problems in the process of development, we can adjust in time. We have to use the actual situation to verify my ideas. Otherwise, if we blindly promote it and mislead the students, it will not be good. Zhu Yi said, I will personally keep an eye on this place. Once there are initial achievements, we will promote it. Lin Feng said with a smile, Literally, go ahead and do it. This may seem insignificant to cultivators, but it is actually a magnificent feat that will benefit the common people. Zhu Yi smiled and bowed respectfully to Lin Feng. I will do my best. The group went up Jade Jing Mountain and settled Zhuge and the younger disciples first. Then Lin Feng turned his gaze to Chu Yang and suddenly asked, What do you think of the blood river sex techniques? Chu Yang replied respectfully, It is quite unique. This junior has only comprehended a little of it. Lin Feng looked at him and suddenly laughed. He nodded and said, Your mind is very clear. Not bad. Now, go down the mountain. The next time you go up the mountain, I will allow you to observe the Sangtian Dao Jian. Chu Yang bowed. Thank you for your magnanimity, sect master. With that, he left the mountain under the guidance of an outer sect steward. After Chu Yang went down the mountain, Xiao Yan and the others gathered in front of Lin Feng and chatted with him. As they spoke, Xiao Yan suddenly thought of something and said to Lin Feng, By the way, Master, Mr. Miao has been in seclusion to break through to the primordial soul realm and has not come out yet. After leaving Yingxi, Miao Shihao had started cultivating in seclusion not long after he had obtained the circular jade, annulus. After that, he had exchanged all his contribution points for the sect and entered Xiantian Time-Light Cave. There had been no news of him since then. According to the time of the vast thousand world, it had been nearly 2 years, the time that Miao Shihao spent cultivating in his cave residence, and the time that he spent in seclusion in the mysterious Heaven Timeless Light Cave. Heaven added up to more than 100 years. During the battle of destroying Xian, when the enemies had attacked the mountain, there had been no movement from Miao Shihao. Although he had been in seclusion for more than 100 years, Xianmen Tianzong did not pay much attention to him. The difficulty of breaking through to the primordial soul realm was not as simple as it seemed. After all, cases like Shi Tianhao and Lin Daohan were extremely rare. Although Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, and Wang Lin had succeeded in breaking through in one go with the help of the 33 Heavens Fortune Immortal Pill, they had actually spent a long time accumulating and polishing in the late Yuanying realm. Only after they had a solid foundation did they soar into the sky. Even Shi Tianhao, who had achieved the Heaven and Earth avatar in the Void battlefield and advanced to the late Yuanying realm, had to go through a period of patient training to become the youngest primordial soul realm cultivator in history. No one could predict the bottleneck on the path of cultivation. There were many veteran nascent soul cultivators who had been stuck at the peak of the late stage of nascent soul realm, unable to push the door open, and could only watch as their 3,600 years of life came to an end. However, Miao Shihao had previously said that it would not be difficult to break through to the primordial soul realm after obtaining the circular jade, annulus. But now, it did not look as easy as he had predicted. So it attracted the attention of everyone in Xianmen Tianzong. Lin Feng shook his head. He did not think too highly of himself. Before entering the Ying Ocean, I saw that he was indeed only a step away from becoming a primordial soul realm. After obtaining the circular jade, annulus, it was as easy as walking on flat ground, but it was not far from it. I'm afraid that it is not a bad thing that he has not succeeded. Instead, it is a good thing. Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, and the others looked at each other. Oh, what do you mean? Lin Feng looked at the top of the mysterious Heaven Precious Tree and in the direction of the mysterious Heaven Timeless Cave. He said indifferently, he should have gained something in the process of cultivating in seclusion, which is beneficial to him. Yu Hongyan thought for a while, and said, Master, I am still far from breaking through to the primordial soul realm. I will give the 33 days fortune immortal pill that you gave me to Miao Shihao first. Due to the limited number of Galaxy Purple Zoysha pills, the number of 33 days fortune immortal pills that Xiao Yan had refined in the first cauldron was also very small. This was the result of his alchemy skills improving day by day, so he did not waste many medicinal ingredients. Speaking of which, if the cauldron had exploded or been completely ruined that day, Xiao Yan would probably have been so depressed that he would have jumped down from Yujing Mountain. In this first cauldron of pills, a total of 633 days fortune immortal pills were produced. He, Zhu Yi, Wang Lin, and Shi Tianhao each naturally had won. They had all played a decisive role in the Xian extermination battle. As for the remaining 2 pills, Yu Hongyan and Yang Qing, who were at the Yuanying stage, each had won. They were temporarily kept in reserve. Li Yuanfang and Luo Qinggu, who had yet to form their nascent souls, did not have any objections. Lin Feng shook his head. It is not that Shihao has encountered a bottleneck that he cannot break through. If I am not wrong, as long as he is willing, after cultivating in seclusion, there is actually hope for him to break through to the primordial soul realm. The reason why it has been delayed until now is because of other reasons. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng flicked his finger, and a stream of light landed in front of Yu Hongyan. Yu Hongyan hurriedly caught it. She looked curiously at the light in her palm and felt the faint power in it. She was a little surprised. This seems to be Buddhist light, but there seems to be some other power in it. Lin Feng said, This is what Golden Cicada, that old cicada, wanted to get from Yun Song. It is actually some information. Compared to the 33 days fortune immortal pills, this information is more helpful to Shihao. Hongyan, enter the mysterious heaven-time light utopia and give it to him. Then return. You guys take a look at this information. Hearing this, Yu Hongyan bowed and said, Yes, master. After saying this, he paused and turned into a ray of light, flying toward the mysterious heaven-time-like utopia on the top of the mysterious heaven treasure tree, and entering it. After a while, Yu Hongyan returned. Lin Feng flicked his finger, and 8 streams of light fell into the foreheads of his 8 disciples. Silently, Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, and the others analyzed the information, looking at the silent and terrifying Dead Sea and the scene of the supreme yin-yang mirror shattering. They did not speak for a long time. Master, Zhu Yi and Yang Qing looked at each other, then looked at Lin Feng together. When we met Yun Song, Lin Feng said, I know, all of you know what's going on. Everyone nodded. Luo Qinggu sighed, softly. I didn't expect it to be like this. After sighing, her expression changed slightly. Wait, doesn't that mean? She suddenly looked up at Lin Feng. Beside her, Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, and the others did the same. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled. You're right. It's most likely so. Everyone's expression suddenly became a little strange. Lin Feng waved his hand and said with a smile, All right, let's go. Little Lin, Tianhao, Little Qing, Yuan Fang, Little Wu, go back and carefully study the Dharma. Little Yen, Little Yi, Hong Yen, the 3 of you don't relax either. I'll test you later. The disciples immediately bowed and took their leave. Lin Feng walked slowly to the edge of Yujing Mountain's peak and looked into the distance, deep in thought. After a long time, he retracted his gaze and continued to suppress White Tiger Sage, Tsangtian Dao Jian, and Lu Yuan Great Sage. Then, he began to deal with his spoils of war in infinite wilderness. The Star Ocean portal was refined into White Tiger Sage's body by that idiot, Lin Feng did not plan to kill him for the time being. He still needed to patiently study how to retrieve the portal without harming his life. He obtained it from Golden Cicada, the golden alms bowl from Gautama Buddha, and the disc fragment from Extreme Emperor. These things could not be rushed and needed time to be analyzed. Among the remaining things, the most valuable was the Kunlun Dragon King's dragon claw. This was the real ancient heavenly dragon's claw, the flesh and blood of a Dharma-ending realm great demon beast's true form. The value of this claw was even higher than the complete demon body of the ancestral alligator great sage, a great demon beast of the unity of star and soul realm. However, Lin Feng was still a little hesitant about whether to let the Brontosaurus clone devour and refine the claw with the dragon divine heavenly armor. Ao Dragon King's true blood was a treasure that could cleanse a human cultivator's body. To his kin, white light, it was a priceless treasure. However, the true blood of a white jade dragon at the level of astral soul, as one could not be used by just anyone. The flesh and blood collected after the Kunlun Dragon King's tail exploded also needed to be dealt with. In the following days, Lin Feng settled down to guide his disciples in the cultivation of Dharma. At the same time, he sorted out his gains from this trip to infinite wilderness. It was not only material gains, but also his own Dharma and mystic powers. After fighting with so many demons, Lin Feng also gained some understanding of his own Dharma and mystic powers. In addition, he also received some people who came to visit him and congratulate him on his successful trip. At the same time, news from the Divine Land, Infinite Wilderness, and various other places were also collected and sent back to Yujing Mountain as usual. Soon, Lin Feng received an expected piece of news. After he caused a ruckus in Infinite Wilderness, Taishu Temple also made a move there. Chapter 966. The Kuan Dragon King and the Blue Sky Dragon King were severely injured by Lin Feng, and the ancestral crocodile great sage was killed. Under such circumstances, the Yuan Dragon King remained in the Xian Sea and did not come out. According to the personality of the dragon race, this was obviously abnormal behavior. After all, the Yuan Dragon King's personality was not as gentle as the Kuan Dragon King's. Under such circumstances, both Xianmen Tianzong and the Taishu Temple came to the same conclusion. There was most likely something more important that was holding the Yuan Dragon King back. The most likely situation was that this demon in the Dharma ending state had been accumulating for many years. After gaining enough confidence and confidence, he attempted to challenge the creation tribulation and the collapse of the great Tao. In fact, the worst-case scenario was that the Yuan Dragon King had successfully passed the tribulation and was now in a state of recovery. After Lin Feng returned to the Divine Land, the Taishu Temple also made a move in Tianhuang Vast Land. Their target was also the dragon race in the Xian Sea. However, the Taishu Temple did not enter the Xian Sea directly. Instead, they set their target on the Purple Mist Sea. The Purple Mist Sea was the territory of the Purple Sea Dragon King. It was the external face of the dragon race in Tianhuang Vast Land when most of the dragon race lived in seclusion in the Xian Sea. The Purple Sea Dragon King was usually the one in charge, but the demons of Tianhuang Vast Land did not dare to look down on him. Everyone knew that the dragon race stood behind the Purple Sea Dragon King. He was the strongest race in Tianhuang Vast Land. However, this time, the Taishu Temple was stepping on the Purple Mist Sea. Although the Haotian Mirror did not leave the White Cloud Mountain, the Tai Dao Lord and Shoichi Dashin personally led the team to Tianhuang Vast Land. A group of big shots from the Taishu Temple went to the Purple Mist Sea together. Seeming to have also sensed the unusual intentions of the Yuan Dragon King in the mysterious sea, the Enchantress Great Sage, the Omnipotent Great Sage, the Golden Rock Great Sage, and the other great demons all remained silent at the same time, sitting and watching the Taishu temple head towards the violet mist sea. After the battle with Lin Feng, the Yuan Dragon King's strange silence made these great demons have many speculations. Now that the Taishu temple was going to investigate the Dragon Clan, they were more than happy to do so. Naturally, they opened their doors wide. In the end, the Purple Sea Dragon King, who had received the news, did not hesitate to lead his clan to abandon the Purple Haze Sea and retreat into the Black Sea. The fact that the other party had fled at the sight of them seemed impressive, but no one from Taishu Temple was happy at all. The demons of Boundless Mainland were even cursing. This meant that the worst-case scenario was very likely to come true, and the Yuan Dragon King had really successfully passed through the intermediate tribulation. If he was only preparing to go through the ordeal, he could endure the humiliation he suffered from Lin Feng. However, he could not endure the humiliation of being attacked by Taishu Temple at his doorstep. He would definitely give up his original plan and come out to fight with Taishu Temple. Of course, it was also possible that the Yuan Dragon King was not around, just like how Lin Feng and the people from Taishu Temple had entered the spiritual sea previously and could not rush back in time. Perhaps he had tried to go through the intermediate tribulation and died directly, but the Dragon Clan had concealed the news. Or perhaps he had not tried to go through the tribulation at all and had been seriously injured for some unknown reason. These were all possibilities. In order to verify this, after an urgent discussion, Dowie Lord and Shoichi Dashin joined forces and approached the realm passageway leading to the Black Sea. The pride of the Dragon Clan prevented them from using the strategy of showing weakness to the enemy and luring them in before cutting off their retreat. Retreating to the Purple Haze Sea had already made them feel extremely humiliated. Therefore, when Dowie Lord and Shoichi Dashin approached the Black Sea, the Dragon Clan could not bear it anymore. The power of the Black Sea was activated, and they immediately attacked the two big shots from Taishu Temple. Because they were only at the entrance of the Black Sea, Dowie Lord and Shoichi Dashin retreated in time, but the result of their test made their hearts even heavier. After experiencing the strength of the suppression of the Black Sea this time, Dowie Lord and Shoichi Dashin could immediately confirm that the Dragon Clan that was controlling the Black Sea was not the Kunlun Dragon King, who had been severely injured by Lin Feng previously, but the stronger Yuan Dragon King. Moreover, when the Black Sea surged this time, there was a faint wail of the Great Way in the Black Sea. Such a reaction was definitely not caused by a great demon in the Dharma-ending realm. It must have been caused by a great demon whose cultivation was above the Dharma-ending realm. As expected, the Yuan Dragon King had successfully gone through the intermediate tribulation, but he should still be in the recuperation stage. Therefore, the level of power of the Black Sea surging this time was not much different from the past. After leaving the Black Sea, Dowie Lord, Shoichi Dashin, and the other big shots from Taishu Temple looked at each other and fell silent. Although the Yuan Dragon King had not completely recovered, if he was really forced to fight with his life at a critical moment, the strength he could display would still be stronger than before. Even the Kunlun Dragon King, who had been seriously injured by Lin Feng before, did not make a move this time, but if he was really needed, he would definitely suppress his injuries and fight. Today, when the Haotian mirror had not been restored, even Dowie Lord and the others found it difficult to attack the Black Sea by force. If they really fought the Dragon Clan to the death now, the situation was very likely to be completely out of control. Indeed, the other great demons were now watching from the sidelines, warmly welcoming the Taishu Temple to help them find out the strength of the Dragon Clan. If the two sides really fought, they would only be happier. But if a large-scale battle really started, they would definitely not stand by and watch. For example, the Enchantress, the Great Sage, the Golden Rock Great Sage, and the other great demons were all masters who were unwilling to be inferior to others. Since the Yuan Dragon King had successfully survived the calamity, they were naturally not happy to see it. They also did not want either the Dragon Clan or the Taishu Temple to win completely. Only if both sides were injured, or if the winner won by a Pyrrhic margin, would the great demons be happy to see this. However, unlike the previous battles between Lin Feng and the Kunlun Dragon King, Golden Cicada, the White Tiger Great Sage, and other great demons, Lin Feng had always held back, so the battle did not escalate. If the Taishu Temple attacked the Black Sea by force, it would definitely be a full-scale battle. Not only would the demon realm pay attention, but the divine land would also definitely pay attention. The great demons wanted to take advantage of the situation, so there was no difference between attacking midway and entering the battlefield when the dust had settled, because there would always be competitors, and the various forces of the human clan were also paying attention to this battle. Therefore, under such circumstances, the final outcome would most likely be a full-scale war between the two realms. Of course, the Enchantress and the others definitely hoped that the Taishu Temple would attack the Black Sea right now. The earlier the war broke out, the better. Although the great demons were not ready yet, it was still better than watching the Yuan Dragon King recover to his peak state. Today, it was not the humans who stopped the Yuan Dragon King. Tomorrow, it would most likely be their turn to face the pressure of the Yuan Dragon King. However, to the Taishu Temple, although the Yuan Dragon King was currently at his weakest, the Dragon Clan was also at their weakest in recent years when the Kunlun Dragon King was injured. As time dragged on, the Yuan Dragon King would gradually return to his peak state, and the Kunlun Dragon King would also gradually recover. The strength of the Dragon Clan would become even stronger. However, at this point in time, the Haotian mirror had not yet recovered. In this rare situation where the Dragon Clan was enduring humiliation and defending the Black Sea with their lives, it would not be easy to break through the Black Sea. Although Lin Feng had killed many great demons, the overall strength of the Demon Clan could not be underestimated. This was especially so when the Phoenix Clan and the Divine Wutong Tree Clan were likely to participate in the war. In the morals of these two clans, initiating an all-out war at this time was a standard example of taking advantage of the Dragon Clan. Although they often disagreed, the Phoenix Clan and the Divine Wutong Tree Clan had friendly relations with the Dragon Clan after all. Based on the premise of this relationship, if the development of the situation completely went against their ideals, it was very likely that they would help the Dragon Clan. Even if Lin Feng had a good relationship with them, they would at most not fight with Xianmen Tianzong after the war started. However, when it came to the Taishu Temple and other human forces, they would fight as they should. Senior brother Tai Yi Shoichi Dashin turned to look at Tai Yi Dao Lord. Tai Yi Dao Lord closed his eyes and looked a little solemn. Let's talk when we get back. The departure of the Taishu Temple naturally disappointed the Enchantress and the other demons. After returning to White Cloud Mountain, Tai Yi Dao Lord tapped the Haotian mirror and once again summoned all the upper echelons of the Taishu Temple. Since the Battle of Mount Shu, such a frequent summons in such a short period of time was enough to show the seriousness of the situation. Kuang Heng and the other members of the Supreme Elders Council were aware of this, and none of them were absent. Those who could not personally attend also sent their spiritual projections. After everyone arrived, Shoichi Dashin immediately asked, "Senior brother Tai Yi, how long will it take for Tenryu Zhen to recover to his peak state?" Tai Yi Dao Lord said slowly, "After all, we fought through the mysterious sea and did not officially come into contact with him. Therefore, I can only give a rough estimate of about 20 years. Tai Yi Dao Lord was talking about the time of the colossal world. The collapse of the great Tao would ignore the changes in time and space, and the time of the person going through the tribulation would be completely consistent with the colossal world. In other words, the person going through the tribulation would not be able to use the grotto heaven that accelerated time. Taking the Yuan Dragon King as an example, if he needed 20 years to recover from now, even if he found a grotto heaven that accelerated time by 10,000 times and stayed there for 10,000 years, he would still have to endure another 19 years in the colossal world after coming out of the grotto heaven. As for the time needed for different people to recover, it would be different from person to person. After hearing Tai Yidao Lord's answer, Shoichi Daishin fell silent. Kai Fengzhou muttered to himself, 20 years is not enough. He turned to look at Yan Nanlai, who nodded. It is indeed not enough. Xianlin Taoist said silently, attacking the mysterious sea is indeed not enough, but if the Yuan Dragon King comes out of the mysterious sea, it will be a completely different situation. Even if he returns to his peak state, it will still be the same. The real worry is, Yun Yuanjin sighed and continued, the real worry is that if the Yuan Dragon King is willing to calm down and not rush out of the mountain, recuperate and continue to experience the collapse of the great Tao a second time, a third time, or even more times. Fu Yunkong frowned. He will not be given so many chances. In less than 100 years in the colossal world, the Haoqian mirror will definitely be able to recover to its peak state. Tao Lord Yuan's gaze was cold. Slowly, he said, that is when the Haoqian mirror has been recuperating in peace. She looked around, and the current divine land is not peaceful. Chapter 9, 67. The master of the celestial gate is unpredictable, and the king of the underworld has also returned to the world. The situation in the divine land is also very chaotic. Everyone present understood what Tao Master Yuan was talking about. Tao Master Qing Ning looked at Tao Master Qing Yi and said, Martial Uncle Qing Yi, although you said that the master of the celestial gate could refine the sword, we didn't know about Tenryu Zhen at that time. Now that the situation is special, I think it's a good time for the master of the celestial gate to unseal the sword, Tao Master Qing Ning said slowly. The master of the celestial gate is very scheming, and we never expect him to fight to the death with the Yuan Dragon King. We only hope that he can delay him. Xianlin Taoist shook his head and said he won't enter the Xian Sea on his own. As for the Dragon Clan, before the Yuan Dragon King completely recovers, he won't leave the Xian Sea on his own. Yun Yuanjin said calmly, otherwise the hatred between the two sides is so deep that it's hard to resolve. If the conflict intensifies, there will definitely be a conflict. Although the master of the celestial sect of wonders is scheming, he is not one to be taken advantage of. He went to the vast land of infinite wilderness this time because his disciples were kidnapped by Golden Cicada. By the same logic, if his disciples were lost in the mysterious sea, he would definitely go there. Yun Yuanjin closed his eyes slightly and said softly with a smile, and for the Dragon Clan, they will definitely be happy to capture and kill his disciples. Kai Fengzhou looked at Yun Yuanjin and frowned slightly. Junior sister, Yun Yuanjin looked at him and nodded. She said seriously, unlike the Haoqian mirror, his sword has the intent to destroy the world and the Tao. If it really goes one step further, the master of the celestial gate may not be able to control it himself. It's just right to use it now. Wu Mingqi asked lightly, who is the target? Tao Lord Yuan said, Wang Lin or Shi Tianhao? It's best if it's Wang Lin, but Shi Tianhao is more active in Tianhuang mainland. Fu Yunkong, Kai Fengzhou, and Lin Daohan all furrowed their brows in silence. Tao Master Qing Yi looked at Tao Master Tai Chi, Yan Nanlai, Shoichi Daishin, and Tao Master Xian Yi. We can discuss the specifics later. Tenryu Zhen's midlife tribulation came too suddenly. I believe that our temple needs to formally enter the preparation stage for the war between the two worlds. Given the current situation in the Divine Land, I believe that Xianmen Tianzong should be listed as an unstable force. Shoichi Dashin said calmly, I agree. Kuang Heng, Xianlin Taoist, and Wu Mingqi nodded in unison. Agreed. Yun Yuanzhen, Dao Lord Qingning, and Dao Lord Yuan also said, we agree. Fu Yunkong frowned slightly. Although the master of the Celestial Gates' trip to Tianhuang mainland was to find Golden Cicada, he did not show any mercy. He captured and killed a group of demons. Moreover, it seems like he will not stay out of the war once it breaks out. Xianmen Tianzong's strength can play a great role in the war between the two worlds. It's enough to list them as an unstable force, but it could easily lead to unexpected changes. I'm afraid it will be detrimental to the war between the two worlds. Although the person he was facing was his uncle master, Fu Yunkong still raised his doubts. Dao Master Qing Yi did not mind at all, and said calmly, Yunkong, the master of the Celestial Gates' thoughts are much deeper than you expected. In fact, Xianmen Tianzong is an unstable factor. Hearing that, Fu Yunkong fell into deep thought. Then he heard a voice. I agree with Uncle Master Qing Yi's suggestion. Fu Yunkong looked over in shock. The person who spoke was Yen Nanlai. Then Dao Master Qing Yi's old and calm voice sounded. I agree as well. Hearing that, not only Fu Yunkong, but even Kuang Heng, Xianlin Taoist, Dao Master Yuan, Kai Fengzhou, Yun Yuanzhen, and Lin Daohan were also stunned. Only Dao Master Qing Yi, Shoichi Dashin, Dao Master Xian Yi, and Yen Nanlai looked normal, as if they were not surprised. Dao Master Qing Yi closed his eyes and looked at everyone calmly. Then he said slowly, that ominous sword is actually only secondary. What caught my attention was that the master of the Celestial Gates' trip to Tianhuang mainland this time showed a treasure and a mystic art. Needless to say, that treasure is the seal that separated Tianlong and Kuan's souls. Everyone present nodded. They had also received the news. The seal had moved them even more than the 33 Heavens Fortune Immortal Pill and Xianmen Tianzong's Dao, Mystic Art, and Mystic Art. Even a great demon in the Dharma-ending realm could be controlled. Although it was not a long time, it was enough for experts of their level to do a lot of things. Lin Feng's Heaven Interception Seal was simply the bane of the demon race. Xianlin Taoist murmured, that seal? Lord Tai waved his hand and said, we'll discuss this matter later. Another thing that caught my attention was that when the master of the Celestial Sect of Wonders fought with the inner ape of 10,000 laws, and when he fought with Tianlong, Kuan, and Golden Cicada, he used a magical technique that seemed to be able to close the split heaven and earth. His Dragon Clan clone can also use this mystic art. Dao Master Qing Yi's expression became more serious. Moreover, his original body and the Dragon Clan clone used that mystic art together. I did not see it with my own eyes, but from what I know so far, this mystic art is a little strange. Indeed, there are some mystic arts that can be used by both the human race and the demon race, but the mystic art of the Celestial Gates master made me feel something unusual. At this time, Yen Nanlai finished his master's unfinished words. In connection with the news that spread before, the master of the Celestial Gates suddenly abandoned his original Salo Iron tree clone in the Ying Sea and turned to refine a pure demon race clone. This made us have some conjectures. At this point, everyone's faces revealed a thoughtful expression. Dao Master Qing Yi said indifferently, the master of the Celestial Gates' thoughts are deeper and more ambitious than we previously thought. This is the same as his stubborn idea of refining that ominous sword in order to fight against the Haotian mirror. This way of doing things is too dangerous for our divine land. That's why I suggested that in the upcoming war between the two realms, Xianmen Tianzong be listed as an unstable force. Fu Yunkong fell into silence. After a long time, he nodded. I agree with Marshal Uncle Qin Yi's suggestion. Lin Daohan, who had been quietly listening at the side, said calmly, the Haotian mirror has yet to fully recover, and the Yuan Dragon King is going through a tribulation. Under these circumstances, treating Xianmen Tianzong as an unstable force and throwing them into the war between the two realms will do more good than harm to our human race. Dao Master Xian Yi and Kai Fengzhou remained silent. They neither agreed nor disagreed. Generally speaking, this situation was equivalent to giving up, but from their perspective, it was equivalent to tacit agreement. After a long time, Kai Fengzhou said hesitantly, should we continue to observe? Dao Master Qin Yi said, no one can predict how the war will change. What will happen after the war is completely unknown. If there really is an uncontrollable change, I'm afraid it will be too late to remedy it. Silently, Yan Nanlai said, since Xianmen Tianzong is now listed as an unstable force, then the original unstable force, the descendants of the ancient emperor, can automatically be treated as a favorable force. Dao Master Yu Yuan said coldly, because of Shaoyan, Xianmen Tianzong has become very close to the ancient immortals' world. It is very likely that they will join forces. Yan Nanlai said, we just need to keep an eye on them. Speaking of which, it is precisely because of the rise of Xianmen Tianzong that the descendants of the ancient emperor have become less interested in them. Under this premise, it is reasonable to treat them as a force that will benefit the war between the two realms. However, we do need to prevent them from getting too close to Xianmen Tianzong. Since the beginning of the meeting, Dao Master Xian Yi, who had not spoken much, said, we can keep an eye on Xianmen Tianzong and the ancient immortals' world. Since it is confirmed that a new war between the two realms is coming, we should first get rid of the forces that are already confirmed to be unfavorable. Yan Nanlai nodded. Yes, we should first deal with the king of the underworld and the underworld hall. The king of the underworld has been reborn, and it will take him a lot of effort to return to his former peak. Right now, he is at his weakest. Yun Yuanzhen's eyes flashed. Xianmen Tianzong, the king of the underworld, and the underworld hall are also not on good terms. Wang Lin, the third disciple of the master of the celestial gates, although he is currently only at the primordial spirit incarnation realm, it is very likely that the king of the underworld will be in danger. His seventh disciple, Shi Tianhao, is also not on good terms with the king of the underworld. There was news from the battlefield of the void that the underworld hall cultivators are searching for his parents and grandfather, Yan Nanlai said. Yan Nanlai said, this matter can be combined with the heavenly sect of Xianmen. In the process, we can also further observe the heavenly sect of Xianmen so that we can accurately define the heavenly sect of Xianmen. Dao Master Qin Ning frowned. The king of the underworld is now in hiding. On one hand, he is recovering his strength. On the other hand, he is watching the battle between us and Xianmen Tianzong. Even if there is hatred between him and Xianmen Tianzong, he will restrain himself. Dao Master Yu Yuan looked at Yan Nanlai. Temple Master, do you have a clue about the whereabouts of the king of the underworld? Yan Nanlai nodded and did not say anything. His gaze fell on Wu Mingqi. A strange light flashed in Wu Mingqi's eyes. It actually reflected the thousands of calamities in the netherworld sea. He slowly said, there is a strange movement in the netherworld sea. It is very likely related to this. After a short pause, Wu Mingqi continued, this matter involves the ancient world of immortals, where the bloodline of the ancient emperor resides. On that day, the demons invaded Taihua, and the divine prefecture attacked Jade Capital. At the same time, There was also a strange movement in the ancient world of immortals, where the bloodline of the ancient emperor resides. The netherworld sea cracked there. Xianlin Taoist pondered and said, "In the Middle Era, we killed the netherworld Taoist and obtained some information about the king of the underworld. The whereabouts of his third disciple, the netherworld Taoist, are unknown. Junior brother Wu has always felt that there is someone else secretly communicating with the netherworld sea. We often suspect that it is that netherworld Taoist. In the past, the ancient emperor and a senior ancestor of our temple deposed and overthrew the king of the underworld. Based on the information we have, the ancient emperor seems to have some important things about the king of the underworld. Although the ancient emperor later fell, the things were passed down in the hands of his descendants. However, this news has not been confirmed, so we do not know whether it is true or false. Moreover, we do not know what the specific things are. Now, it seems that they are connected. Perhaps the changes in the ancient world of immortals are related to the king of the underworld. This is a clue to find him." Chapter 968. Xianlin Taoist looked at Wu Mingqi. However, according to the news from the ancient immortal world, although the netherworld sea cracked, it quickly closed up again. Wu Mingqi said, "That's right. Since then, it has calmed down again." Kuang Heng asked calmly, "The netherworld sea naturally cracked in the southern wasteland of the divine land. I've never heard of the netherworld sea coming into contact with the ancient immortal world before. The crack in this dimensional world should also be man-made." Wu Mingqi smiled. "Most likely." Kuang Heng turned to look at Yun Yuanzhen. That day in the Ying Ocean, martial niece Mingyue saw it with her own eyes. The first disciple of the Taoist sect master, Xiao Yan, wielded a huge sword that could open a crack in the netherworld sea. Yun Yuanzhen nodded. "That's right. However, it was very small and could only draw a small amount of power from the netherworld sea." Lord Xianlin said, "According to the news from the ancient world of immortals, the size of the crack in the nether sea is very large. The descendants of the ancient emperor have to treat it seriously and use all of their power to seal it." After a short pause, he continued, "If not for that, the descendants of the ancient emperor might have sent more powerful experts to support Xianmen Tianzong, and not just one returned to void cultivator." Everyone nodded. Yan Nanlai said calmly, "From the looks of it, the king of the underworld was just a diversion. His main goal was to retrieve the Book of Life and Death from Su Anda. Therefore, the item in the ancient immortal world should not have been in his hands yet. If that's the case, he will definitely make a move again. It's just that the time is uncertain." Kuang Heng said, unhurriedly, "If that's the case, we'll take the initiative to alert the enemy. The descendants of the ancient emperor might not know that the netherworld sea might be related to the king of the underworld when the ancient immortal world was attacked last time. We'll just inform them. The descendants of the ancient emperors know that the emperor of the netherworld is related to the crack in the netherworld ocean in the ancient longevity world. Naturally, they will think of the emperor of the netherworld's goal, which is to obtain something that the ancient emperors have left behind. If the emperor of the underworld wants to get the item back, the longer it takes, the more difficult it will be. If he takes the risk out of desperation, he will expose his whereabouts. If he continues to wait, he will be the one suffering losses." Yan Nanlai said calmly, "That," Kai Fengzhou said, "since the descendants of the ancient emperors of the ancient world of immortals have turned into a faction that benefits us, one of us should personally make a trip there. At the same time, we can also talk to the descendants of the ancient emperors." He looked at Yan Nanlai, Lord Tai, Lord Jingyi, Lord Qingyi, and Lord Xianwen. "I'm willing to go to the ancient world of longevity." "Thank you." He looked at Yan Nanlai, Lord Tai, Shoichi Dashin, Lord Qingyi, and Lord Xian, should the reincarnation sect remove the nail that the king of the underworld left in the divine land? Yun Yuanjin shook his head. It's better to keep it for now. Even though we're beating the grass and alerting the snake, we should know when to stop. If we make too much of a commotion, the Emperor of the Underworld will definitely be alerted. If that happens, he will most likely completely give up on the ancient immortal world. Even though the king of the underworld will be the one at a disadvantage, it's best to make him expose his tracks and get rid of him. Lord Qingning said. As for Xianmen Tianzong, some things should be put on the agenda. Yan Nanlai said, there's no hurry. Let's solve the problem with the king of the underworld first. Uncle Master Xian Yi and senior brother Kuang are going through their tribulations. Junior brother Wu also needs to rest. We won't disturb you again if there's nothing major like today. Yan Nanlai glanced at Lord Xian Yi, Kuang Heng, and Wu Mingqi. Then he looked at Lord Qingyi. Uncle Master Qingyi, please continue to guard the infinite wasteland. Lord Qingyi nodded. She was here as a projection of Dharma power. Her real body was still at Taihua Mountain in the infinite wasteland. Yan Nanlai's gaze fell on Xianlin Taoist and Lord Yuyuan. Taihua Mountain in the infinite wasteland has been destroyed. It'll be a long time before we can set up the array again. I'll have to trouble junior brother Xianlin and junior sister Yuyuan to help Uncle Master Qingyi. Xianlin Taoist and Lord Yuyuan nodded together. Yes, Temple Master. Finally, Yan Nanlai looked at Lin Daohan. Lin Daohan bowed. Don't worry, Master. I know what to do. After the meeting ended, the big shots of the Taishu Temple gradually dispersed. Only Lord Tai and Yan Nanlai were left at the top of White Cloud Mountain. Lord Tai's eyes were still closed, and his expression was calm. Yan Nanlai's expression was also calm and indifferent. The master and disciples stood facing each other and did not speak for a long time. After a while, Yan Nanlai slowly said, Master, I'm useless. I've let you down. Lord Tai smiled. Nanlai, the world is full of changes. How can everything go as you wish? It's enough to be yourself. Yan Nanlai sighed. I've embarrassed myself in front of you, Master. After the battle of Mount Shu, I actually have many difficulties in my heart. Although the master of the celestial sect has a deep mind, he is still the first-generation hero of our human race. He might become a new pillar of support for our divine land. However, the strong rise of him and Xianmen Tianzong will cause Uncle Master Qingyi and Uncle Master Jingyi to join forces to resist. Even Uncle Master Xian Yi and Junior Brother Kai will tacitly agree. Excluding Yan Nanlai, there were a total of 12 people in the Taishu Temple's Supreme Elders Council. Among them, Shoichi Dashin, Kuang Heng, Xianlin Taoist, Wu Mingqi, Lord Qingyi, Lord Yun Yuanjin, Lord Qingning, and Lord Yuyuan. There were already 8 people who were hostile to Xianmen Tianzong. Including Lord Xian Yi and Kai Fengzhou, there were a total of 10 people. They had an overwhelming advantage and could completely influence the decision of the Supreme Elders Council. Among the 4 elders of Taishu, Lord Qingyi, Shoichi Dashin, and Lord Xian Yi had already reached a consensus. Under such circumstances, even if Yan Nanlai, as the temple master, and Lord Tai had different opinions, they could only reserve their opinions. Lord Tai smiled. Nanlai, according to what you said, it should be me who disappointed you. If Lord Tai was at his peak, facing today's situation, although his words might not carry enormous weight, he could still control the situation. However, although Lord Tai was still the strongest person in the Taishu Temple, he could not be so domineering. However, Lord Tai was still very calm and still had the mood to tease his disciple. Yan Nanlai also smiled and shook his head. Master, your words are embarrassing. Then, his smile gradually disappeared. Although it doesn't affect the final policy of the temple, from the bottom of my heart, I would rather face that situation than this. It's fine for the master of Xianmen to be the master of the divine prefecture. It's fine for him to want to refine that sword, but the path he is walking on now is very likely to be a double-edged sword. If he is not careful, he will hurt himself and endanger the whole divine land. Yan Nanlai said solemnly, "We can't just sit back and watch." Lord Tai said indifferently, "It's still too early to say. For now, we will list Xianmen Tianzong as an unstable power. Continue to observe. If there's no doubt, we will list it as an unfavorable power." As he said that, Lord Tai frowned slightly, and his closed eyelids moved slightly. But where is the Yudu clan now? After a brief appearance in the Spirit Sea, there was no more movement. Nanlai, I will have a chat with junior brother Zhengyi later. I will let him make another trip to Endless Wasteland and search for the places where the Yudu clan used to live in the past. He will also look for clues about the Yudu clan. After junior brother Xuani recovers, focus on preparing for the next calamity. Junior sister Qingyi will guard Taihua Mountain, and I will guard White Cloud Mountain. I will be ready to head to Endless Wasteland to pick up junior brother Zhengyi and junior sister Qingyi. If there are any concrete clues about the king of the underworld, I will leave it to you. Saying that, Lord Tai looked at Yan Nanlai and said slowly, "Do you want to go personally, or do you want Yunkong, Yuanjin, and Yu Yuan to go? You decide." Yan Nanlai's expression didn't change. Silently, he said, "Although Star River Patriarch is my ancestor, don't worry, Master. I know what I'm doing. If the situation calls for me to come out, I will be responsible, but I won't ignore the public for personal reasons." Lord Tai nodded and closed his eyes. With his hands behind his back, he stood on the peak of White Cloud Mountain and looked into the distance. Another war between the two worlds is coming. Far to the west of White Cloud Mountain, in the Kunlun mountain range, Mount Yujing floated silently in the sky above the clouds. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the peak of the mysterious sky treasure tree. He had already received the news from Endless Wasteland. Although the news was rough and not very accurate, Lin Feng could still make a rough guess. If there are no major accidents, there is at least an 80% chance that Tenryu Zhen has successfully gone through the calamity. He is most likely in a weak state and is currently recuperating. If the Yuan Dragon King did not go through the calamity and was only preparing to go through it, Xylan Hai would not back down. If the Yuan Dragon King failed and died or was severely injured or was not in the mysterious sea, then the Kunlun Dragon King was also injured. Taishu Temple would most likely send the Haotian Mirror out to fight. The Yuan Dragon King was dead. The Kunlun Dragon King was severely injured. The Blue Sky Dragon King was severely injured. The Ancestral Crocodile Great Sage was killed. And Yu Ao Dragon King was severely injured. Other than the dragons, Golden Cicada was half dead, White Tiger Great Sage was captured, and Xiang Lu Great Sage was killed. Under such circumstances, even if there was a slight chance of provoking the Phoenix and the Divine Wudong Tree, it was already very close to the bottom line of Taishu Temple. But if the Yuan Dragon King went through the calamity, then the situation would be completely different. TSK, I wonder how long it will take for that old dragon to recover to his peak state. Lin Feng thought to himself, if he continues to go through the calamity and continues to improve his supernatural powers, then the situation will be even more delicate. However, if he wants to conquer other great demons, he'll need time. There's not much time left for him, unless he stays in the mysterious sea and doesn't come out. In that case, he can do whatever he wants. Lin Feng sat cross-legged, slightly raising his head. his eyes gazing at the empty space. The empty space slightly swayed, a half-black, half-white pillar of energy faintly appearing and disappearing. I wonder how long it will take for the Taishu Temple's Haotian mirror to recover to its peak state. Chapter 9, 69. Lin Feng looked at the void in the horizon calmly and thought to himself, to forge iron, one needs to be strong. Everyone is fighting for time. Other than the vast land of the Divine Continent and Heaven Wasteland, there's still the Yudu clan that's hiding in some dimensional world. He smiled slightly. Tenryu Gen won't be happy to see them again, right? What's more, if the Yudu clan really reappears, someone will be the first to be unlucky. After sorting out his thoughts, Lin Feng stood up and went down the mysterious sky treasure tree. He came to the outside of the depository of scriptures and stepped inside. He tapped lightly with his fingers, and 3 balls of light appeared in front of him. They were Golden Cicada's 3 Dharma clones, Unmoving Monk, Unvoid Success Monk, and Monk Baosheng. From them, Lin Feng had successfully squeezed out the Unmovable Rulai Sutra, Unvoid Success Monk, and Baosheng Rulai Sutra. After the Battle of Xian Eradication, Venerable Liuba replaced the injured Monk Dade to take charge of the Heaven Realm, while Monk Dade stayed on Jade Capital Mountain to recuperate. Now that he received news from Lin Feng, he came to the depository of scriptures. Looking at the Unmovable Rulai Sutra, Unvoid Success Monk, and Baosheng Rulai Sutra placed together with the Immeasurable Light Rulai Sutra, his usually stable state of mind started to fluctuate. He put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. He looked at the sutra in a daze. I didn't expect Golden Cicada, great sage, to have obtained such a complete Dharma orthodoxy of Buddhism and to have cultivated it so well. Lin Feng's expression was calm. He smiled and didn't say anything. Monk Dade put his palms together and bowed to Lin Feng. Sect Master's merit is immeasurable. I'm very grateful. Lin Feng shook his head. Master, you don't have to be so polite. In the following days, stay on the mountain and study Dharma patiently. Fellow Taoist, Liuba will take care of the Heaven Realm. After the 2 poles of the peak recover, he will also go to take charge. You don't have to worry. Zen Master Dade put his palms together and bowed again. Lin Feng nodded and walked to the side. Wherever he looked, Taoist scriptures entered his eyes. From Sangtian Dao Jian and Xiao Dongtian's Heavenly Gate Taoist techniques, from Zhang and Rui and some of the reincarnation sect's Heavenly Tao elders, from Su Anda's King of the Underworld Taoist orthodoxy. Apart from the Guanchong sword, the other 5 sword Taoist techniques from the 6 meridian swords of Mount Shu. Other than that, there were also incomplete primordial demon sect Tao techniques, Blood River Tao technique, Shadow Demon Tao technique, etc. The orthodoxies of the Heavenly Gates, the Reincarnation sect, and the King of the Underworld are also incomplete. If the same branch is incomplete, it can be made up, but if it's different, it can't be derived. Lin Feng silently calculated in his heart. After all, they are all large-scale orthodoxies. They are divided into different categories, forming a complete and huge system with detailed branches. However, Lin Feng didn't care much about this. He was now looking at these Taoist techniques for reference, absorbing the best parts of the Taoist techniques into his own Taoist technique system. It was of limited help in expanding the depth of the heavenly virtue scripture, but in expanding the breadth of it, there were some gains. The great Tao is as vast as the ocean. This world is boring, but it's also fascinating. The more ignorant one was, the more fearless they were. And the more things one knew, the higher one stood, and the more respect one would have for the unknown world. But this kind of respect was one of the driving forces that pushed Lin Feng forward. When Lin Feng left the scripture depository, he met his eldest disciple, Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan bowed and said, Master, I have something to report. There's news from the ancient world of immortals. Someone from the Taishu Temple has come to visit. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. The ancient world of immortals was the medium-class world where the descendants of the ancient emperors lived. They lived in seclusion and had always lived in the dark. They rarely came into contact with the vast 1,000 domains, but they were not as secretive as the underworld hall. It was normal for most people to not notice their existence, but it was impossible for the Taishu Temple not to notice them. It was just that they had always been secretly observing them and rarely had direct contact with them. The bigger the force, the more their ability in gathering intelligence and information could not be underestimated. This had nothing to do with whether they were hiding from the world or entering it. That kind of thinking of, I don't need to know you, but you must know me was quite domineering, but from a practical point of view, before reaching a certain level, it was better not to do so. To reach that level, the gap between one's own strength and that of the other forces must be large enough. It was not that one would be at the top, but that one was above the 9 heavens, and the others were all on the ground. Moreover, everything in the world was always changing and developing. The so-called difference between clouds and mud might not always remain the same. Xiao Yan said, the specific content of the conversation is not clear, but it has something to do with the changes that happened in the ancient world of immortals. During the battle of exterminating Xian, because of Xiao Zhen, the ancient world of immortals did not just stand by and watch. Instead, like the Great Qin Dynasty, Purple Cloud Path, and other forces, they extended a helping hand to Xianmen Tianzong. After that, Lin Feng was not stingy, and he also returned the favor. The relationship between the two sides was relatively warmer. However, at that time, the ancient world of immortals also had some internal changes. So, the forces that rushed to the divine land to help were slightly weak compared to the strength of the ancient world of immortals. Only Gu Peng and Xiao Zhen came. It was not that the ancient world of immortals did not care about it, but that the fire in their own backyard was really too big. Lin Feng and Xiao Yan did not take the initiative to ask, but Xiao Zhen, and Gu Peng still mentioned it vaguely. Master, didn't you say that the Nether Sea is similar to the mysterious sea and the Ying Sea, and that its position is relatively stable? It is not like the Spirit Sea, the Empty Sea, and the Dead Sea. Xiao Yan was a little confused. He took out his evil Radiant Overlord sword and flicked the thick and wide body of the sword. Could it be that the crack in the Nether Sea was not naturally formed, but caused by someone? The other party is like me, using a technique or treasure similar to the evil Radiant Overlord sword to temporarily open a crack and receive the power of the Nether Sea. Lin Feng nodded. That should be the case. Just like Tian Long Kuan, who retreated in the vast heaven continent, he let the mysterious sea guide him to retreat. Xiao Yan grinned, but to be able to make Zhen Er's family unable to do anything, this crack is much bigger than the one I created with the evil Radiant Overlord sword. With regards to the ancient world of immortals and the descendants of the ancient emperor, Xiao Yan more or less knew some things from Xiao Zhen the current leader of the descendants of the ancient emperor. In their words, was the new ancient emperor Xiao Zhen Er's father. Currently, he was in the first tribulation. Although he had not completely completed the first tribulation, he was not far from it. His magical powers were also extraordinary, and he knew the essence of the ancient emperor's Tao. Although the ancient emperor's ending was not good, his descendants obtained the complete inheritance of the primordial Tao of longevity. After so many years, they kept the best and new. Therefore, the descendants of the ancient emperor in the ancient world of immortals, after a long period of hiding and biding their time, had gradually recovered. The only regret was that an ancestor of the Gu family, an expert in the Dharma-ending realm, tried to go through the tribulation but failed in the end and died. Otherwise, the ancient world of immortals would be even more prosperous. Of course, if that expert succeeded in going through the tribulation, the current thinking of the Gu family might be different. Lin Feng took the evil radiant overlord sword from Xiao Yan. His fingers gently slid across the broad and heavy blade, and the strange feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger. This feeling did not exist when Xiao Yan first opened the crack in the Netherworld Sea with the evil radiant overlord sword after he formed his nascent soul. But today, when Xiao Yan proved his primordial soul, a strange feeling became stronger and stronger. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, and his magical power and divine sense covered Xiao Yan, entering deep into his primordial soul. Xiao Yan did not resist at all, and opened his own divine sense, allowing Lin Feng to explore. After a long while, Lin Feng retracted his magical power and divine sense, and pondered for a moment before asking, "Xiao Yan, do you still remember the situation when you first encountered this evil radiant overlord sword?" Xiao Yan was stunned when he heard this, but with his current spiritual cultivation, his memory of the past was extremely clear. It was just that the things that he could not use were buried together, and he could not remember them normally. When there was a need, he just needed to think about it a little, and it would be clear. "I remember. It was not long after I had become Master's disciple. Once, I was strolling in the market of a city with second junior brother and little junior brother. It's funny. At that time, we were just looking around. We could not afford the things that we liked, and we could not afford the things that we could." Xiao Yan revealed a nostalgic look. "Later, I accidentally saw this big guy in a shop. At that time, I felt that this thing had some kind of connection with me. So even though I could not see through it at that time, I still bought it." He laughed. "At that time, I even borrowed money from second junior brother and little junior brother. The three of us spent all our belongings on it to buy it." Lin Feng could not help but smile. "It was hard for you at that time." Xiao Yan chuckled, but he quickly restrained his smile and looked at Lin Feng seriously. "Master, did you discover something?" Lin Feng nodded. "Before your primordial soul, there was not the slightest trace, but after you reached the primordial soul realm, there were finally some clues." As he spoke, his finger gently touched the space between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. Xiao Yan's whole body shook, and his eyes flashed with flowing lights. After a long time, Xiao Yan's eyes calmed down. He looked over and saw Lin Feng looking at him with a smile. Xiao Yan took the evil radiant overlord sword from Lin Feng again and flicked the blade with his finger. "Master, who do you think is the person who opened the crack of the Netherworld Sea in the ancient longevity world?" Lin Feng said, "Right now we cannot be completely sure, but the people of Taishu Temple may have already obtained this clue. They sent people to the ancient longevity world, on one hand, to contact Miss Zhener's family, and on the other hand, to provide relevant clues to the ancient longevity world. After all, their Taishu Temple has a person who can open the crack of the Netherworld Sea on a large scale. Not long ago, because of the pressure from a group of great demons, she was forced to guide the power of the Netherworld Sea to flood their stronghold in the infinite wasteland, Taihua Mountain." Xiao Yan smacked his lips. "Unfortunately, Zhen is in seclusion, or we might be able to get more information." "Oh," Lin Feng asked, "is she in normal seclusion, or is she trying to break through to the primordial soul realm?" Xiao Yan's expression became serious. "Zhen is trying to break through to the primordial soul realm." There was no danger in breaking through to the primordial soul realm as long as nothing went wrong, but the difficulty was high. Even with Xiao Zhener's talent, it was not an easy thing. Lin Feng was slightly surprised, earlier than expected. Chapter 970. Before, Xiao Zhen and her uncle Gu Peng went to help Yujing Mountain, and Lin Feng saw her after the battle. Even though it was just a short conversation, he had a rough idea of her cultivation level. According to his estimation, it wasn't impossible for Xiaozhen to break through to Yuan divinity soon, but she didn't have enough experience, so her chances of success were limited. Lin Feng thought for a bit, and suddenly started laughing, looking at Xiao Yan and asking, "Did you give her that cold moonlight ruler of yours?" Xiao Yan smiled embarrassedly, then quickly cupped his hands at Lin Feng. "Master, I don't like that treasure at all, so I gave it to Zhen, but she insisted on not accepting it. After communicating with the treasure spirit of the primordial thunder jade, she gave it to me, the desolate Yin thunder that the desolate thunder of the desolate thunder Ju gave birth to. Even though it is Yin thunder, it also has its own unique aspects. Xiao Yan obtained it, the thunder and fire fused together, increasing its power. The desolate thunder Ju itself also had a few new auras. The magic treasure's original spirit was rather happy. For the moon ruler's treasure spirit, following Xiao Yan was torture, as if it was being tortured all the time. On the other hand, Xiao Zhen's primordial longevity mantra was different from the moon ruler's power, but it had a different nourishing effect. On the other hand, Xiao Zhen carefully studied the moon ruler's power, and it also had a similar effect. Lin Feng shook his head and laughed. "You two are exchanging tokens of love, but your tokens are really not low-level two treasures for exchange." Xiao Yan laughed, his eyes full of happiness. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched a bit, suddenly having a feeling of wanting to laugh. Speaking of which, the two magic treasures that Xiao Yan gifted Xiao Zhen, the ancient emperor's blade and moonlight ruler, traced back to their origins. They were both sponsored by Marquis Jing Huan. This really was like the old saying, when the one is short of money, he will go to his enemy and give him warmth. Those who dared to snatch a woman from the destined one were actually here to give him a congratulatory gift. He could extort a lot of money from them and sponsor the destined one to pick up girls. After pushing these messy thoughts out of his mind, Lin Feng began to ponder carefully. Miss Zhen Er's attempt to break through to the nascent divinity realm is a little earlier than I expected. Currently, the Milky Way purple Zoysia pills are scarce. If we wait for the second batch of 33 days Fortune Immortal pills, I'm afraid it will take a long time, which won't save us much time. If we can't get a batch of Galaxy Purple Ganoderma pills in a short time, by the time the pills are concocted, Miss Zhen might have already succeeded in breaking through to the nascent divinity realm. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan quickly said, "Master, I'm afraid he was the one who concocted the 33 days Fortune Immortal pill, and he had taken it himself, so he naturally knew its effects. It was the most precious pill in Xianmen Tianzong at the moment. Although Yu Hongyan, Yang Qing, Li Yuanfang, Luo Qinggu, and the others didn't need it for the time being, even the direct disciples couldn't get one each. Miao Shihao, Kong Nanhua, Jieyu, and the others were all at the late Yuanying or late Demon King level, so the people in the sect couldn't get a share of them. There was no need to mention the relationship between Xiao Yan and Xiao Zhen, but they weren't married yet. In terms of ownership, Xiao Zhen couldn't be considered as an official member of Xianmen Tianzong. Therefore, it was not appropriate for Xiao Yan to provide her with the rare pills in private. In fact, when they thanked the ancient longevity world for their help in the Xian extermination battle, Lin Feng and Xiao Yan had planned to give the pills as a token of appreciation. After all, Xiao Zhen had reached the late Yuanying level for a long time, and there would be a time when it would be useful. But after Xiao Zhen learned about the preciousness of the 33 days Fortune Immortal pill, she insisted on not accepting it. At that time, Lin Feng thought that she was still some distance away from the primordial spirit realm, so he didn't insist. But now, the situation was obviously different. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Yan, who wanted to say something, and waved his hand. "It's okay. The 2 pills left before were just spares. Take them according to the situation. Xiao Yan, go find your 4th junior sister and give the 33 days fortune immortal pill to Miss Zhan. Xiao Yan's lips moved, and he bowed to Lin Feng. Thank you, master. Lin Feng let him go find Yu Hongyan. If it were other disciples, such behavior might make the person who asked for the pills unhappy. In order to reduce the conflict, Lin Feng, as the master, had to take the blame and take back the pills in the name of the sect and himself. But although the disciples under Lin Feng had different personalities, they were very close to each other, so they didn't need to care about these things. When Xiao Yan arrived at Snowy Wind Valley, he was a bit embarrassed and apologetic, but he directly and generously explained the purpose of his visit. Without saying anything, Yu Hongyan immediately gave the 33 days fortune immortal pill to Xiao Yan and even made fun of Xiao Yan. At this time, Yang Qing came to visit, and after understanding the situation, she also congratulated Xiao Yan. Ever since the big change, Yang Qing, who rarely had a happy expression on her face, smiled. It was like a spring breeze, and for a moment, the gentle young man who always had a warm smile on his face seemed to have returned. If it was only Yu Hongyan, Xiao Yan would have laughed, but facing Yang Qing, he only smiled and thanked her. He didn't talk much about himself, and Xiao Zhan, so as not to touch his junior brother's sadness. Yang Qing was happy for him, so he was naturally grateful, but he also had to take Yang Qing's feelings into consideration. Being separated from his lover Fang Ting was the biggest pain in his 5th junior brother's heart. The reason why Lin Feng asked him to come to Yu Hongyan to get the pill and not to Yang Qing was also because of this consideration. However, if Xiao Yan went to the ancient longevity world this time, with his current identity, sneaking in silently and leaving after delivering the medicinal pills, that would instead be an extremely rude performance. It could even be seen as filled with enmity and harboring unfathomable intentions. If he went, then it would be the eldest disciple of Xianmen Tianzong, Xianyan Lord Xiao Yan, officially visiting the ancient longevity world's ancient emperor's bloodline. But Lin Feng stopped Xiao Yan, shook his head, and said, Taishu Temple just sent someone to visit, and you also came to visit. This will make the matter between you and Lady Zhen, or have the political meaning of a marriage. Xiao Yan's etiquette was thorough. If he officially visited the ancient longevity world, even if he didn't talk about any official business, it would still be seen as an exchange between Xianmen Tianzong and the ancient longevity world. This was decided by his identity as the eldest disciple of Xianmen Tianzong. Giving the pill instead became a matter in passing. But in that case, the nature of the matter would naturally change completely. If it was Zhu Yi, Wang Lin, and the others going, or if it was Lin Feng himself who directly communicated with the ancient longevity world through the sound transmission crystal, it would be the same. Unless it was not giving the pill, or if it was a serious discussion, then it would definitely be a different story. In the future, if the 2 of you really get together, there will still be people who have this kind of idea, and it will not be a small number. This is something unavoidable. Your family background and sect background have determined this. There is no need to care about what outsiders think. I have seen you 2 childhood sweethearts, watched you 2 walk all the way to where you are today, and naturally know your feelings for each other. But if Lady Zhener's parents and clan misunderstand you, then it would be unfair to you, and Lady Zhen, back then, when Lin Feng had just risen to power, at the Desolate Sea Assembly, the great Qin dynasty's prince of Anliang, Shi Zongyue, had asked for Yu Hongyan's hand in marriage for his grandson, Shi Shaogan. Lin Feng didn't even consider it and refused, saying that everything was up to Yu Hongyan to decide. Even now, Shi Zongyue naturally didn't mention this matter, treating it as if it had never happened. And now, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't consider the issue of marriage. Regardless of whether it was a marriage or a marriage, everything was up to the disciples themselves to decide. He was only responsible for keeping an eye on them, putting an end to those who obviously harbored ill intentions and had ulterior motives. However, in recent years, there were still many people who made indirect inquiries. Their targets weren't just Yu Hongyan. After Luo Qingwu came of age, there were also people who made inquiries. Even the second-generation disciples, such as Dao Yuding, Li Xingfei, and Zhuge Wanqiu, did the same. It didn't necessarily have to be a marriage, and the requests of ordinary Dao companions had never stopped. But in the grand scheme of things, they all had the intention of marriage, but in the end, they all ran into a wall. This was actually a common thing in the Divine Land. Apart from the special situation of the great Thunderclap Temple in the past, the other major forces more or less had similar situations, especially in the ancient era of the human sovereign. It was even more common for the descendants of imperial dynasties and aristocratic families to have marriages. There were fewer marriages between sects and forces, and many disciples had marriages within themselves. However, it wasn't strange for them to have marriages with outsiders. Compared to marriage in the secular world, the political significance of a marriage in the cultivation world was actually more important. Of course, it was also more loose, and the symbolic significance was more important. Today, they would unite, and then fall out with each other was also a common thing. The simplest example was a very long time ago, before the rise of the Great Zhou dynasty. An ancestor of Liang Pan, the emperor of Zhou at that time, had asked to marry the daughter of the Qin. That was also the time when the relationship between the two sides was the most harmonious. Lin Feng understood this situation. It was just a strategic choice for his own development and communication with other forces. As for what other forces did, he didn't have any thoughts of criticizing them. It was just a normal choice. Lin Feng also didn't think of himself as a moral pace-setter. It was just that he himself wasn't interested in this kind of thing, so he chose not to consider this aspect. Therefore, it wasn't just his direct disciples. All the disciples of Xianmen Tianzong were the same. If the disciple was willing and the other party was sincere, then everything was fine. If the disciple was not willing, then even if the other party was willing, there was no need to talk about it. Even if the other party was willing to give him a dowry or a Haotian mirror as a betrothal gift. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Yan and silently said, "Therefore, this time, you can't go personally. Let your direct disciples go on your behalf. Master will order Sha Luo Xian to escort you." He was only a direct disciple, and his cultivation was at most in the golden elixir period. Naturally, he couldn't represent Xianmen Tianzong to discuss anything with the ancient immortals world. It was obvious that he was just giving something. Xiao Yan looked at Lin Feng and didn't say anything for a long time. After a long while, he bowed deeply. "Master's care and concern. This disciple is deeply grateful. However, this time, when Taishu Temple sends people over, if we don't respond, we will inevitably fall behind." After many years of experience, although the current Xiao Yan was still bold and straightforward, it didn't mean that he didn't understand many things. Although sending pills was also a display of goodwill, the nature of it had completely become Xiao Yan's personal matter. The communication between Xianmen Tianzong and the ancient immortals world was definitely not something that a current second-generation disciple could represent and be responsible for, especially after the people from Taishu Temple visited the ancient immortals world. If there were any changes in the thinking of the ancient clans, Xianmen Tianzong was also unable to immediately understand. Perhaps they had gradually accepted Xiao Yan, but as the head of a clan like Xiao Zhener's father, no matter how much he doted on Xiao Zhen, or the majority of the time, when he made decisions, he still had to look at things from the perspective of the entire ancient immortals world. This was determined by his position. Chapter 9, 71. At this moment, Xiao Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Back then, he really didn't think that giving the moon-cold ruler to Xiao Zhen would result in such an outcome. And even more so, he didn't think that Taishu Temple would suddenly pay a visit to the ancient immortals' world. However, he was very clear that his future father-in-law doted on Xiao Zhen a lot. However, although that father-in-law loved his daughter, he also had to be responsible for many other people. If the demands of the two sides could be unified, then it would naturally be a happy ending, the best result. If they couldn't be unified, then they would try their best to seek common ground while reserving differences, balance, compromise, and adjust. If they completely opposed each other, then regrettably, they could only make a choice. For the majority of rational decision-makers, emotional factors were never the deciding factor. Yan Nanlai, Zhou Emperor Liang Pan, Qin Emperor Shiyu, Xian Longsheng, and the others were all like this. But this time, Lin Feng was a little emotional. Xiao Yan took a deep breath and said silently, "Perhaps Zhen's parents won't be happy, but in the future, they can slowly change the situation. It's better for this disciple to personally make this trip." Lin Feng looked at him and suddenly laughed and shook his head. He did something that Xiao Yan rarely did after he became an adult. He lightly flicked his finger on his forehead and said, "It's fine. Go and arrange the people. Just let them set off as soon as possible." "Master." Xiao Yan raised his head and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "Sometimes we can also be a little willful. Don't worry and go." Looking at the slightly worried Xiao Yan, Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, "Although the ancient race has already begun to adjust their position, as for re-entering the divine land, we will most likely have to wait until the next war between the two worlds to make a final decision. It's fine to be half a step behind now." Xiao Yan held the porcelain bottle that contained the 33 Heavens Fortune Immortal Pills in his hand and said in a low voice, "With Sha Luo Xian accompanying us, there shouldn't be any accidents along the way, but once we reach the ancient immortal world, will there be?" Lin Feng shook his head slightly. "The 33 Heavens Fortune Celestial Pill is only effective for people who have yet to reach the nascent divinity realm. Lady Zhen is the most suitable person for now. Moreover, in the ancient immortals world, no one would steal her things. As for the Taishu Temple, just like what I said before, the Gu clan will not make a decision so quickly." Lin Feng had expected that the 33 Heavens Fortune Immortal Pill would be coveted by others, but what was more important was the pill recipe. Since ancient times, no one had been able to reverse engineer a pill recipe from a pill. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many precious pill recipes lost. Lin Feng had always thought the same thing. The greatest value of his heavenly gold pavilion, as well as its most heaven-defying function, lay in this point. The powerful auxiliary pill refining ability was secondary. Therefore, even if the Gu clan unexpectedly chose a side in advance, and even intercepted the 33 Heavens Fortune Immortal Pill, and handed it over to the Taishu Temple, they would at most create another nascent divinity incarnation realm expert. Dao Venerate Qingning was the divine prefecture's number 1 pill refining divine hand. Lin Feng had naturally heard of him, but he didn't think that he could reverse engineer a pill recipe from a pill. Lin Feng had never been one to speak too confidently, but if Dao Venerate Qingning really had that ability, he would have long recovered the lost and precious pill recipes of his Taishu Temple. However, if Miss Zhen succeeds in breaking through to the nascent divinity incarnation realm, you two won't be able to see each other for some time," Lin Feng said with a smile. Xiao Yan nodded in understanding. Xiao Zhen had previously mentioned to him that in the ancient emperor's orthodoxy, after forming a nascent divinity incarnation, it was best to continue cultivating in seclusion. If one succeeded in cultivating, their strength would greatly increase, and there would be many benefits in the future. Of course, there was no harm in not doing it, but if one missed the timing of forming a nascent divinity incarnation, there would be no effect. It was inevitable that they would miss the opportunity. For example, Gu Peng, who had accompanied Xiao Zhen to help Xianmen Tianzong, had missed this opportunity back then. Otherwise, when he had helped Xiao Yan block the Mount Shu sword sex sword Venerate Little Shang, his strength would have most likely surpassed Venerate Little Shang's, and not tied. Although he missed her, Xiao Yan naturally hoped that Xiao Zhen could reach a higher level. In the end, he listened to Lin Feng's suggestion and returned to Fen Tianya to make preparations. Hearing that she could go to the ancient longevity realm, little Lin Tong naturally raised both her hands, hoping that Xiao Yan would choose her to deliver the elixirs. However, after Xiao Yan thought for a while, he still comforted Xiao Tong to stay on the mountain. The Tenryu Gen's mid-tribulation would have far-reaching effects. It was better for little Lin Tong not to go out in the near future in case she was targeted by people with ulterior motives. After sending off his unhappy goddaughter, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged in Fen Tianya's quiet room. After a while, a valiant youth came in front of him. This youth was dressed in a purple robe of Xianmen Tianzong style. The front of the robe was embroidered with a Tai Chi pattern, and the cuffs had a flying flame symbol. It was the symbol of Xianmen Tianzong's Fen Tianya. This person's figure was tall and straight. His expression was calm and steady, but his gaze was sharp and firm, giving people a feeling of unyielding tenacity. Xiao Yan took out the 33 Days Fortune Celestial Pill, and after explaining the situation, he said, "Tianzong, you are Master's head disciple. Go on this trip on behalf of Master." The youth was Tang Jun, who entered the sect during the third opening ceremony. Although he was already at the early stage of foundation building when he entered the sect, he had been diligently studying and training all these years, advancing at lightning speed, becoming one of the first batch of second-generation disciples to form the Golden Elixir. He was even faster than Huang Jinting, Zhuge Wanqiu, Zhao Huan, Sun Shuer, Yin Wuwei, Kujing, and the others who had entered the sect earlier. He was resolute and unyielding, acting only after he had made up his mind, but he did not lose his drive. He was friendly to his fellow disciples, and his style towards outsiders was unyielding. Although he entered the sect late, he had the demeanor of a leader. Long ago, he had been appointed by Xiao Yan as Fen Tianya's head disciple. Not only did Tang Jun's cultivation speed increase, he was also the top talent among the second-generation disciples in terms of actual combat. In the past 2 years, when he went out to train, he had already made quite a name for himself. In the eyes of other forces, he was another rising star of Xianmen Tianzong, a stunning genius. As for matters like marriage, Xiao Yan naturally would not mention much to his disciple. He only said that he had matters to attend to, so Tang Jun would be the one to send things to the ancient immortal's world. Tang Jun nodded. "Don't worry, Master. I will definitely take care of this matter." He paused for a moment, then said with a smile, "If I meet true monarch Qin Yi, do you have any words for me?" True monarch Qin Yi was Xiao Zhen's Taoist name after she formed her nascent soul. However, people like Lin Feng, Xiao Yan, and Shi Tianhao usually did not call her that. However, Tang Jun was a junior, so when he mentioned Xiao Zhen, he would address her respectfully by her Taoist name. His temperament was resolute and steady, but he did not stick to trifles. Xiao Yan also had the same temperament. The two of them were very close, just like how Lin Feng and Xiao Yan treated each other with respect. They would occasionally tease each other, but they were not so rigid and restrained. Xiao Yan scolded with a smile, "Brat, you're asking for a beating. If there really is something, I will say it myself. Why do I need you to bring a message?" Tang Jun smiled. then immediately took his leave and prepared to set off. Xiao Yan waved at him. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Refine this thing and bring it with you. Xiao Yan pointed his finger, and a black robe fell in front of Tang Jun. Tang Jun took it and was slightly startled. Yuanying realm magic tool? Master, when I formed my gold core, you already gave me the pure Yang universe mirror. Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, and the others had a tacit understanding. They all took the golden elixir period and Yuanying realm magic tools bestowed by Lin Feng when they were in the foundation building and core formation stages as the symbols of their respective caves. For example, after Tang Jun was appointed as the first seat disciple when he was in the foundation building stage, he immediately received the golden elixir period magic tool black cloud flag as his personal treasure. After he formed his gold core, he received the Yuanying realm magic tool universe mirror. Yang Tai, the first seat disciple of Zhui Palace of Qian Tian, now had the 7-fiend dragon-slaying sword with him. After he formed his gold core, Zhu Yi would give him the desolate element 9 refinements divine thundernet. Huang Xinting, the first seat disciple of Shi Tianhao desolate heaven valley, was even richer. In addition to the incantation refining armor, he also received the Tiger Soul golden disc from Shi Tianhao. However, the bronze void cauldron had been taken back by Lin Feng to plant trees a long time ago. At that time, however, Lin Feng specially gave Shi Tianhao a Yuanying realm magic tool, Huangting Sword Seal. After Shi Tianhao formed his gold core, he would receive this Yuanying realm magic tool. Wang Lin's magnetic bipolar rings and cloud elephant seal were destroyed in the void battlefield. As his cultivation increased, Yuanying realm magic tools became less useful. If there was a need, Wang Lin could casually refine some golden elixir period and Yuanying realm magic tools. However, for the sake of inheritance, he specially asked Lin Feng to give him 2 more magic tools. Yu Hongyan, Yang Qing, Li Yuanfang, Luo Qinggu, and the others were in a similar situation. For example, after Yang Qing formed her nascent soul, she passed the emptiness-severing blade to Zhou Yunsong when she saved him. As for the devil-destroying vermilion silk, she had already given it to Zhou Yunsong when he was still in the foundation-building realm. Of course, magic tools like the Heaven and Earth Mirror, the Desolate Element 9 Refinements Divine Thundernet, and the 7-fiend dragon-slaying sword were not made by Xianmen Tianzong. In fact, their power was not the best among the magic tools of the same level. Therefore, Xiao Yan and the others had specially used their own supernatural power to refine these magic tools. Now, all of them had been reborn. Some still retained their original names, and some even changed their names. For example, the Heaven and Earth Mirror was previously refined by Xiao Yan using the Pure Yang True Fire and renamed as the Pure Yang Heaven and Earth Mirror. After the Battle of Annihilation Xian, Xiao Yan obtained the Xidagarba True Flame. After taking back the magic tool from Tang Jun, he refined it again into the Xidagarba Pure Yang Mirror and gave it to them again. However, this kind of inheritance only stopped at magic tools. Because magic tools were easy to refine and easy to change between Tao, technique, and supernatural power, the magic tool inheritance still had to be established based on the Tao of each cave abode. It was not easy to inherit other magic tools. Even so, Tang Jun and the others had many other good things with them. Therefore, the head disciples of each cave abode in Xianmen Tianzong were quite rich. As for the other true disciples, the sect did not mistreat them. Xianmen Tianzong had always been generous to their own people. Although it was inferior to the true disciples, it was not too far off. Under the guidance of Lin Feng and the others, there were no bad signs. In particular, it was not easy to be a head disciple. The more good things you get, the more responsibilities you have to bear. It was so heavy that most of the other disciples trembled. Therefore, Tang Jun was a little surprised as he held the black robe in his hand. He did not need any reward for running an errand for his master. Even if there was a reward, it did not need to be so expensive. In terms of defensive capabilities, how could a nascent soul treasure compare to a Grand Ascension Stage treasure being personally escorted by a Grand Ascension Stage treasure? Chapter 972. Tang Jun held the black-robed, Yuanying ritual implement in his hands. He was a little surprised, but fortunately, Xiao Yan did not want to keep him in suspense. He said straightforwardly, "After I prove my Tao and primordial soul, I will look for opportunities to open a mansion outside of Yujing Mountain. It is the same for your second martial uncle, third martial uncle, and youngest martial uncle. When your other martial uncles achieve primordial soul in the future, it will be the same. This is the rule set by the patriarch. It is still too early to say these things. If I want to open a mansion, I will also look for the top spirit mountain grotto heaven. This is not something that can be decided in a short period of time. You just need to know what to do now." Tang Jun nodded thoughtfully. He had already understood. If Xiao Yan opened a mansion, he, as the head disciple of Fen Tianya, would have to shoulder more responsibilities. Basically, if Xiao Yan went to a mansion, Tang Jun would definitely have to stay on Yujing Mountain. Fen Tianya would be the guard. Or if Xiao Yan stayed on Yujing Mountain, Tang Jun would have to go to the mansion to help his master take care of things. The same principle also applied to Huang Jinting and the others. Seeing that he understood his meaning, Xiao Yan nodded and said, "Your master and the other martial uncles will have to bear the burden on your shoulders. Naturally, we will also have to increase your strength. Therefore, we have decided to make a special ritual implement for the head disciple of the cave. Every generation of head disciple will have one, and the ritual implement will be the same, forming a regulation." Tang Jun nodded, indicating that he understood. He was the second generation head disciple, and there would be a third and fourth generation in the future. Xiao Yan pointed at the black robe and said, "This magical item is called the pure Yang Taoist robe. It is a Yuanying magical item refined with pure Yang true fire. The wearer will be able to control the true fire more easily. When the wearer is attacked by an enemy, it will automatically spew out pure Yang true fire. Not only can it be used for defense, but it can also burn the enemy and destroy evil. It is a combination of attack and defense. Apart from that, you will also receive a sun crown later. It is refined from the true fire of the sun, and is also a Yuanying stage magic tool. It is mainly used for attacking. However, I still need to adjust this magic tool and try out some new ideas. I will give it to you after you return from this trip." Tang Jun knew that at Xiao Yan's level of cultivation, he would need to make adjustments before refining a magic tool. So this magic tool was even more worth looking forward to. As for the appearance of the milky white Taoist robe, refined with pure Yang true fire, Tang Jun automatically ignored this question. He knew the reason when he saw the black robe draped over his master's purple robe. However, after thinking about it carefully, even Tang Jun, who had always been calm and composed, was a little shaken at this moment. He was only at the early stage of golden elixir. Including the sun crown that he had already reserved, he had a total of 3 Yuanying stage magic tools. Most of the Yuanying stage ancestors in the world did not have such wealth. He was really armed to the teeth. Xiao Yan swept a glance at him and asked with a smile that was not a smile, "Are you very happy?" Tang Jun looked at his master and nodded frankly, "Yes, master." Xiao Yan smiled and said, "You're honest kid. Even when I was at the early stage of golden elixir, I didn't have such a rich family background." Speaking of this, Xiao Yan laughed and shook his head. Xianmen Tianzong's current wealth and resources were completely different from before. All kinds of hardware and software conditions were much better than when it was first established. However, relatively speaking, good steel should be used on the edge of the blade. It was still not enough to equip all the true disciples like how he had armed Tang Jun and the others. Just like what Master said, there's still a long way to go. There's still a long way to go. Xiao Yan sighed with a smile and then looked at Tang Jun silently. He said, "Don't be too happy. Whether it's the pure Yang Taoist robe or the sun crown, when it's in your hands, you have to put it to good use." Tang Jun's heart stirred slightly. The put to good use, in Xiao Yan's words, was clearly not referring to using it to good use in a fight. He thought for a while and said seriously, "Don't worry, Master. I will work hard to cultivate and will not let you down. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin." The external environment was superior, and he had to work hard to improve himself. Experience, willpower, cultivation, temperament, all aspects must be improved. Otherwise, he would only give warmth to his opponents and become a fat sheep that others would target, like adding wings to a tiger, First, he was a tiger. Then, there was the problem of adding wings. Xiao Yan nodded with satisfaction. "It's good that you understand. Go and find Shaluo Xian. He will escort you to the ancient longevity world." Shaluo Xian escorted Tang Jun away from the mountain. Lin Feng did not pay much attention to it. His attention was on White Tiger Sage. Without Shaluo Xian to suppress him, Lin Feng had to do it himself. He could also ponder about the Star Ocean portal. White Tiger Sage had been seriously injured by him and had yet to recover. At this moment, he could only be at his mercy. This great demon was arrogant and cold. Now that he was in Lin Feng's hands, he did not say a word. He knew that resistance was useless, so he did not humiliate himself. However, it was clear that he would not submit to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at him calmly and said lightly, "I have no interest in torturing you, but let me make one thing clear in advance. I am determined to get that Star Ocean portal of yours. If you don't hand it over, I will have to take it myself. In the process, you will inevitably suffer." White Tiger Sage closed his eyes and did not say a word. Lin Feng shook his head and pointed his finger. White Tiger Sage's mouth opened involuntarily. A mass of starlight flickered in his bloody mouth, as if it led to another world full of stars. Lin Feng put his palms together and activated the yin and yang return to origin divine power, enveloping White Tiger Great Sage. A stream of magic power fell on him, cutting his body and separating him from the Star Ocean portal bit by bit. White Tiger Sage was confined by the yin and yang restoration magical realm and could not move. He only had to bear a stream of magic power, but he knew that the next process would be similar to death by dismemberment. The pain was indescribable. Even in death by dismemberment, the number of cuts was fixed. White Tiger Sage was facing a situation where there was no upper limit to the number of cuts. He would not stop until Lin Feng completely separated the Star Ocean portal from him. Lin Feng looked at White Tiger Sage and shrugged his shoulders. He was not interested in interrogating others, nor did he have the time to do so. But since White Tiger Sage did not cooperate with him, this was the only way to separate him from the Star Ocean portal. Of course, there was a simpler way, which was to kill him. Pure-blooded white tigers are rare, so I will spare your life. After a stream of magic power fell, Lin Feng stopped temporarily and said silently, "But this method is indeed painful. You are a tough guy, which I admire. If you want a quick death, I can fulfill your wish. It's up to you." After a moment of silence, White Tiger Sage suddenly said, "I will give you the Star Ocean portal." So simple. Lin Feng glanced at him, his eyes flashing. "Don't tell me you don't have any offspring? White Tiger Sage snorted and did not answer. Lin Feng asked, "Do you have any elders?" White Tiger Sage was still silent. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. Good heavens, the last pure-blooded white tiger? It was impossible for White Tiger Sage to not have had children since he had lived. But the pure-blooded white tiger bloodline had only one son. After having a pure-blooded offspring, the father could only give birth to a new pure-blooded offspring when the offspring died. White Tiger Sage's original offspring had all died due to various reasons. Of course, he could still mate with other demons and continue to give birth to pure-blooded offspring. But he had been in closed-door training to experience the tribulation and did not have time for this. As a result, Golden Cicada came looking for Lin Feng as soon as he came out of closed-door training. It was really bad luck. Generally speaking, the instinct of the demon clan to reproduce was a high priority. After White Tiger Sage came out of closed-door training, he must have taken care of this first, especially since he had only one son. But because of this negligence, he almost fell into eternal damnation. If it were any other time, White Tiger Sage would rather be cut into pieces. Although the Star Ocean Portal would still be taken away by Lin Feng, he did not want to give in to Lin Feng. But he had to consider that if he stubbornly resisted to the end, whether he was imprisoned or killed, his pure-blooded white tiger bloodline was likely to become extinct. He was not afraid of death in battle. The more he was afraid of death, the faster and easier it would be for him to die. But after being captured by Lin Feng, White Tiger Sage had to seriously consider the issue of the continuation of his bloodline. He glanced at Lin Feng and said, "The Star Ocean Portal is completely compatible with my true form. Even if I cooperate with you, it won't be possible to take it out in a short period of time." Lin Feng said calmly, "I know that. If you are willing to cooperate, I will not make things difficult for you. But you must know that you have helped Golden Cicada to make things difficult for me. You may be spared from death, but you will not be spared from punishment. Handing over the Star Ocean Portal does not mean that you can just leave." White Tiger Sage was silent. He knew that whether he cooperated or not, the Star Ocean Portal would eventually fall into Lin Feng's hands. He could not use it to exchange for his life. After a moment of silence, White Tiger Sage said in a low voice, "I need to reproduce." Lin Feng said, "You solve the problem of your spouse by yourself. I can allow you to return to the vast land of Heaven Wasteland, but you'd better not have any other ideas." White Tiger Great Sage heaved a long sigh. Even if he had a descendant, he would most likely be under the control of the celestial sect of the Mysterious Gate, or at least for a period of time. But that was all for later. Before that, he had to cooperate with Lin Feng and hand over the Star Ocean Portal. With White Tiger Sage's active cooperation, it was much easier for Lin Feng to collect the Star Ocean Portal. But it would still be a long process. Quietly feeling the dense starlight seeping out of the Star Sea Portal, Lin Feng thought in his heart, the desolate ancient Star Sea, one of the 7 seas of Tianyuan. It is indeed quite unique. It's just that out of the 6 portals, right now I can confirm the whereabouts of only 4. Where are the other 2? Let's assume that the Yudu race has won. What about the other one? The uniqueness of the Star Ocean Portal meant that if the owner of the portal kept a low profile like White Tiger Sage, it would be difficult for anyone to detect it. In the following days, besides collecting the Star Ocean Portal from White Tiger Sage, Lin Feng guided his disciples in their cultivation. Time passed quickly. Not long after, Tang Jun and Shaluo Wonder Tree also returned from the Immortals' ancient world. The outcome of their trip was not bad. Chapter 973, Tang Jun and Shaluo Wondrous Tree returned safely from the ancient Immortals' world. Before they left, Xiaozhan began her final closed-door training to break through to the primordial spirit realm. Although the results were still unknown, Tang Jun successfully met Xiao Zhen. According to Xiao Zhen, there was a high chance of success. Apart from that, Tang Jun also brought back other news. Zhen Er's father personally met with Tian Song and asked him to pass on this news. As Xiao Yan spoke, he couldn't help but look pleasantly surprised. The crack in the Netherworld Sea in the ancient immortals world is very likely related to the king of the underworld and his third disciple, Yu Ming. Xiao Yan wasn't happy about the news itself, but because Xiao Zhen Er's father asked Tang Jun to bring back the news. The news about the king of the underworld and Yu Ming could have been obtained by the aboriginals themselves, or it could have been from Taishu Temple, Xianmen Tianzong, and the king of the underworld didn't have a good relationship. The aboriginals communicating with Xianmen Tianzong on this issue was undoubtedly a sign of goodwill. If the news came from Taishu Temple and the aboriginals conveyed the news, their goodwill would be even more obvious. Of course, it was only goodwill for now. Just as Lin Feng said, the aboriginals were still far from making a final decision. Lin Feng looked at the happy Xiao Yan and pointed at him. "Can you rest assured now?" Xiao Yan laughed. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked at Lin Feng. "Master, Zhen Er's father suspects that the king of the underworld will have his eyes on the aboriginals' seal of all living. Do you think we should—" The seal of all living was also a supreme treasure that the king of the underworld had used to rule over the world in ancient times. The seal of all living controlled life, and the king of the underworld used his brush to judge death. Together, they protected the king of the underworld, who stood high above the masses and controlled life, death, reincarnation, destiny, and destiny. Together, they nourished the book of life and death, laying a foundation for it. Unfortunately, before the book of life and death was completed, the king of the underworld was deposed and overthrown. The seal of all living beings was completely destroyed, leaving only fragments that fell into the hands of the ancient emperor who deposed the king of the underworld. The ancient sovereign lineage cultivated the primordial great Tao of longevity, and the all-being's seal played a significant role. Thus, this fragment had been preserved and passed down. Lin Feng said indifferently, "The king of the underworld is being watched by us and the Taishu Temple at the same time. He won't easily reveal his whereabouts. The seal of all living beings has already been destroyed, and it's only a fragment. It's not worth the risk for the king of the underworld." Since the aboriginals specifically mentioned this matter, they are actually hinting that they have something else in their hands that the king of the underworld covets. That thing, in addition to the seal of all living beings fragment, might make the king of the underworld take a risk out of desperation. He looked at Xiao Yan and said with a smile, "Cultivate in peace for a period of time, and also prepare well. If you miss this period of time, you can personally go to the ancient immortals' realm and meet your in-laws as a silly son-in-law." "Don't worry, master. I've been waiting for this day for a long time." Xiao Yan was full of vigor. After Xiao Yan left, Lin Feng smiled and shook his head, then quietly thinking in his heart, compared to the mysterious sea, sea of refuge, sea of space, and sea of stars, these four seas, the Nether Sea is actually also very mysterious to the multitude of living beings in the boundless universe. Underground, underworld, ocean. Underground, underworld, ocean. The third disciple of the king of the underworld, Taoist Yu Ming, who even his own junior brother, Su Anda, doesn't know about, could be hiding in there? Could the king of the underworld himself be hiding in there? Lin Feng thought to himself, the king of the underworld has really set up a lot of backup plans. Taoist reincarnation and Taoist Huang Quan have been eliminated, and Su Anda has rebelled. Under these circumstances, he actually left a way out for himself. Although his way of doing things is much more savage, this fellow is even more cunning than Golden Cicada. Lin Feng suddenly laughed. I wonder if Taoist Yu Ming will also betray him? If that's the case, it'll be interesting. As he was thinking, Lin Feng suddenly thought of something and looked in the direction of He Luo Ju. Oh, is Yuan Fang going to form his nascent soul? Not only did Huang Jinting, Han Yang, and other junior disciples gain a lot from this trip to infinite wilderness vast land, Li Yuanfang and Luo Qingwu also did the same. After returning to the mountain, they began to cultivate in seclusion. In the big house in the courtyard of He Luo Ju, Li Yuanfang sat cross-legged. A golden elixir flashing with purple light was already floating in the air above his head. The void above his body was distorting, and void tribulation thunder was faintly discernible, a sign that he was about to undergo the thunder tribulation to form his nascent soul. Lin Feng only took a glance, and a smile appeared on his face. Everything that Li Yuanfang did had always been well planned, including things like undergoing the thunder tribulation. Since he dared to undergo the thunder tribulation now, it meant that he was almost 100% confident. Reality also proved that Li Yuanfang's thunder tribulation was indeed not dangerous, and it was almost like he was walking on flat ground. One complicated array after another turned into small light circles, protecting Li Yuanfang's golden elixir and helping him endure the void tribulation thunder. When the thunder tribulation finally subsided, the golden elixir cracked and emitted a bright light. In the light, a baby sat cross-legged, but it was exactly the same as Li Yuanfang's childhood. It was his yuanying. The commotion at He Luo Ju naturally alarmed the others on Jade Capital Mountain. Apart from Luo Qingwu, who was also in seclusion and unaware of the outside world, treasure lights shot up into the sky from Fenshin Cliff, Qiantian Palace, Mortal Forest Residence, Snow Wind Valley, Nirvana Grotto Heaven, and Desolate Heaven Valley. Congratulations, sixth junior brother, for forming your nascent soul in the void and achieving the yuanying realm. Congratulations, sixth senior brother, for forming your nascent soul in the void and achieving the yuanying realm. After a while, a group of true disciples on Jade Capital Mountain also came out of their residences, including Han Yang of the Light Dance Pavilion. They all bowed in the direction of He Luo Ju. Congratulations, sixth martial uncle, for forming your nascent soul in the void. The disciples of He Luo Ju were even more elated and joyful. They all bowed in the direction of the house where Li Yuanfang was. Li Yuanfang withdrew his yuanying body and left the big house. He flew into the air and bowed solemnly in the direction of Fenshin Cliff and the other cave residences. Then he stepped on the void and walked towards Lin Feng. He bowed on the ground. Disciple greets master. A system notification sounded next to Lin Feng's ears. Congratulations, host's direct disciple, Li Yuanfang, for forming his yuanying realm within 50 years. The number of disciples under the host who have formed their nascent soul within 50 years has now increased to 6. He held up Li Yuanfang in the air and smiled. Great ancestor, he too can rest in peace now. Li Yuanfang's lips moved. He bowed towards Lin Feng again. Then he turned towards the north and bowed 3 times. Then he bowed 3 times towards Lin Feng. He stood up and looked at Lin Feng. He was a little emotional. Master, Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand. What you have today is the result of your own hard work. I'm very comforted, very comforted. He tapped his finger lightly. A dark green stream of light flashed in the air. It was like a green ray of sunlight. It was almost undetectable under the sunlight. It was the heavenly blue light needle that was collected from the eastern heavenly gate. It had been completely subdued by Lin Feng and became obedient. Apart from that, there was also a rusty ancient brass bell that appeared beside the heavenly blue light needle. It exuded a power that could suppress everything and freeze everything. It had an extremely strong suppression effect on the spirit. It froze one's spirit, causing one to be unable to think, or move. It was the soul-suppressing bell, a treasure that Xianmen Tianzong had collected from the underworld hall. It had also been subdued by Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "Yuan Feng, you've cultivated the 4 symbols heaven-opening scripture and obtained the River Luo Heavenly Gate formation. With that as a foundation, you've comprehended the yin and yang life and death formation, opened the Eastern Heavenly Gate, and obtained the Light Dust formation. You've comprehended the Yingzhou Immortal Mountains Nameless Ancient formation, and opened the Western Heavenly Gate, and obtained the Black Sea Immortal Trap formation. Your Light Dust formation is mainly used to combine other formations, and the Black Sea Immortal Trap formation is your main formation divine power to subdue enemies. It can also be combined with the 9 Heavenly Gale formation. Therefore, the treasures that I've prepared for you are the Heavenly Blue Light Needle and the Soul Suppressing Bell. Choose one of them." The Black Sea Immortal Trap formation was a formation that Li Yuanfang had comprehended by combining it with the 4 symbols heaven-opening scripture during the process of comprehending the Yingzhou Immortal Mountains Nameless Ancient formation. When the Yingzhou Immortal Mountains Nameless Ancient formation was at its peak, not only would it deprive the people who entered the formation of their senses, but it would also deprive the people who entered the formation of their consciousness. The enemies who fell into the formation were almost equivalent to living dead. Li Yuanfang's Black Sea Immortal Trap formation was born from this and had a similar effect, but its power level was affected by Li Yuanfang's own dermic powers. Even if an expert were to enter the formation and not be deprived of their consciousness, their perception would definitely be greatly affected. At this time, if the sinister and mysterious heavenly jade light needles were to hide in the formation, it would truly be too easy to kill. As for the soul-suppressing bell, it was combined with the Black Sea Immortal Trap formation, strengthening each other and maximizing the effect of suppressing and trapping enemies. However, in this way, although it was a strong combination, the ability to control the situation would be greatly strengthened, but the lethality would inevitably be weaker. According to the Underworld Hall's tradition, the soul-suppressing bell was often used together with the sharp soul-shocking bell. However, it did not matter even if Li Yuanfang chose the soul-suppressing bell, because the Southern Heavenly Gate formation that he was going to open next for the river and Luo Heavenly Gates formation was the Heavenly Punishment Sword formation, which was a super-killing formation that was above the yin and yang life and death formation in terms of pure offensive power. Therefore, these 2 magic treasures, no matter which one it was, were very suitable for Li Yuanfang. After taking a look at the Heavenly Blue Light Needle and the Soul-Suppressing Bell, Li Yuanfang bowed to Lin Feng. "Master, disciple chooses the Soul-Suppressing Bell." Lin Feng nodded and put away the Heavenly Blue Light Needle. Then, he handed the Soul-Suppressing Bell to Li Yuanfang. After giving him some guidance on the Tao, he let Li Yuanfang return to his cave abode to focus on nurturing Yuanying. Not long after Li Yuanfang, Huang Jinting successfully formed his gold core. The 2nd generation of Heaven Desolate Valley finally welcomed the first disciple who formed the golden elixir, which made Shi Tianhao very happy. However, the Tao name that Shi Tianhao prepared for Goldie made Lin Feng quite speechless. Heavenly Thunder. The others only felt that it was a little too straightforward, but they also felt that it was quite imposing. It was also very compatible with the Tao and divine arts of Heaven Desolate Valley. Goldie also liked it very much, but it made Lin Feng very angry. For a moment, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Not long after, good news came from the Qingwu Pavilion. However, it wasn't Luo Qingwu who was in seclusion, but her disciple, Han Yang. As a 2nd-generation direct disciple who joined the sect later, Han Yang displayed shocking potential similar to Tang Jun and became the 10th 2nd-generation direct disciple to form his gold core. However, his master still hadn't come out of seclusion, so his Dao name had to wait. As for Luo Qingwu's seclusion this time, it wasn't short. However, Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he was rather looking forward to it. A 9-point bone frame is still not very stable. Chapter 974. Lin Feng's Taoist scripture was very difficult to cultivate, and it had high requirements for the cultivator's aptitude. Wang Lin was the best example. Before his root bone was repaired, it was still difficult for him to cultivate, even with full comprehension and willpower. However, if the cultivation was successful, the achievements of the disciples would be enough to amaze the world. If the foundation establishment disciples were successful in their cultivation, they would definitely be able to build a first-grade spirit platform and condense a first-grade pill cauldron. In the future, they would form a golden elixir and a purple core. This news had not spread yet. Otherwise, the entire divine land would be in an uproar. However, although it was 100% possible to build a first-grade spirit platform, it was not so easy to build a supreme spirit platform. With Lin Feng's current resources and conditions to cultivate disciples with 9 points of root bone potential, it still depended on luck. Little Lin Tong, who had turned into a human body, and Zhou Yunsong, who had the burning sun physique, both had 9 points of root bone, but in the end, they were not able to build a supreme spirit platform, which made Xiao Yan and Yang Qing feel quite regretful. Lin Feng was also quite regretful, but it was not all bad news. There was also good news. It was that Luo Qingwu, who also had 9 points of root bone potential, and Tang Jun, the second-generation direct disciple under Xiao Yan and Fen Tianya, had successfully built a supreme spirit platform and condensed a supreme pill cauldron. When he formed his core, his purple core gave birth to a strange phenomenon. The two of them had almost perfect foundations in the early stages of cultivation. At the same time, as long as they successfully formed their nascent souls, they would be able to produce the divine light of creation. Tang Jun was still far from forming his nascent soul, but Luo Qingwu was right in front of him. Lin Feng was looking forward to seeing what kind of divine light of creation his little female disciple would produce. Every ray of divine light of creation contained a different concept of power and its use. It was unique. Only when a certain ray of divine light of creation completely disappeared from this world could the next ray of divine light of the same concept reappear in a distant or nearby period of time. However, because the divine light of creation was too rare, even with the long history of the heaven primal world, there were very few occurrences. For example, right now, Lin Feng's Xianmen Tianzong could be said to be gathering together at an unprecedented density. It could be foreseen that when Tang Jun also formed his nascent soul, the situation would be made known to outsiders, and it would definitely cause another wave. As expected, when the void thunder tribulation covered the light dance pavilion, apart from the overwhelming sword intent that shot up to the sky to fight against the tribulation thunder, there was also a black light that was faintly discernible. The purple-clothed girl directly left her cave abode and sat cross-legged on the roof of the pavilion, with the profound, clear sword laid flat on her knees. A strange pill floated in midair above her head. It was completely jet black, translucent, and resplendent like an ice crystal, and emitted rolling purple light. Slowly, a quiet black light flowed in the black ice crystal-like pill. It was not dazzling nor eye-catching, but it was frightening. After the thunder tribulation, the elixir cracked open and shone brightly. A small baby girl appeared from within, which was exactly Luo Qingwu's appearance when she was a baby. A black, ribbon-like divine light of creation circled and danced around her nascent soul. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately laughed. He didn't say anything more. A beam of black and white divine light shot into the sky, shaking the universe and the universe. At the same time, Two rainbow-like divine lights of creation also soared into the sky from the desolate sky valley. They were Shi Tianhao's divine light of origin and divine light of end, affected by the divine light of creation from her master and senior brother. Luo Qingwu let out a long and clear cry, like the cry of a phoenix. The black light ribbon that wrapped around her, Yuanying, also turned into a black light pillar that covered her whole body, piercing through the heaven and earth. From Fun Tian Cliff, Qian Tian Palace, Fanlin Residence, Snow Wind Valley, Nirvana Wonderland, Heluo Residence, and Desolate Sky Valley came laughter at the same time. Congratulations, junior sister, for forming your nascent soul in the Void Realm and achieving the Yuanying Realm. You even obtained the divine light of creation and achieved a rare feat. A group of second-generation true disciples also came out of their residences and bowed in the direction of the Light Dance Pavilion. Congratulations, junior aunt, for forming your nascent soul in the Void Realm. Han Yang stood outside the Light Dance Pavilion and looked at the young girl on top of the pavilion. He didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance or slyness. Slowly, he bowed and said, "Congratulations, master." Lin Feng and Shi Tianhao withdrew their divine light of creation, and Luo Qingwu also withdrew the pure black light pillar. Yuanying fell back into her physical body and flew into the air. She bowed to the cave residences around her. "Thank you, senior brothers, for your love and help." She turned into a stream of light and landed in front of Lin Feng. She bowed on the ground. "Thanks to Master's guidance and love, little Wu can become who she is today." A system notification sounded next to Lin Feng's ears. "Congratulations to host's direct disciple, Luo Qingwu, for forming Yuanying within 50 years. The number of disciples under host who have formed their nascent soul within 50 years has now increased to 7. At this point, all of Lin Feng's direct disciples had formed their nascent souls. When the news spread to the outside world, all the forces that were on friendly terms with Xianmen Tianzong came to congratulate them. Let's not talk about this later. At this moment, Lin Feng was also quite happy. All the elites in the sect had become talents. This made Lin Feng feel quite relieved. He held Luo Qingwu up in the air. His gaze moved from Luo Qingwu to the 8 cave residences around him, including Fenshan Cliff and Qiantian Palace. He looked at the entire Yujing Mountain. He looked at the Cloud Peak, Mirror Lake, and Cloud Mirror City at the foot of the mountain. He looked at the distance and looked at the Qiantian realm through the layers of void. After looking around, Lin Feng smiled faintly. It's finally starting to look a little like this. After the joy, a second thought suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's mind. What a sly system. Including little Lin, there should be 8. Now, there are only 7. No matter how I think about it, it feels very awkward. He shook his head and couldn't help but smile at his own thoughts. He chased these messy thoughts out of his mind, and his gaze fell on his youngest disciple again. "Xiao Wu, congratulations." Luo Qingwu's eyes were slightly red. It's all thanks to Master's nurturing and teaching. It was this person in front of her who was looking at her with a gentle smile. He had saved her from the state of falling from the clouds when the heaven-accumulating dark spirit bead was broken. He had single-handedly helped her return to the clouds and even climb to a peak that was much higher than she had originally expected. He had single-handedly made her who she was now. It was a real grace of rebirth. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. "Master leads the way, but cultivation depends on oneself. You can't get to where you are today without your own efforts. Master has given you pointers, but if it's hard to carve rotten wood, it'll only be a waste of effort in the end." He said this with emotion. The little Lolita back then had now grown into a slender and elegant young lady. She had grown not only in height and weight. Her laziness and fragility in the past now almost only existed in his memory. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Well, you're already a young lady and an old ancestor of the Yuanning period. You're awe-inspiring when you go out. Many people have to salute you. Even your own disciple is a spiritual master of the golden elixir period. Don't tell me you still want to show off in front of me? Luo Qingwu smiled and sniffed. It was only in front of Lin Feng that she couldn't control her state of mind. It was as if she was still a child who had just entered the sect. Lin Feng smiled. His finger pointed in the air, and a shadow flashed. It was emerald green, but it was a bamboo-like walking stick. Luo Qingwu looked carefully and saw that the bamboo stick was divided into 7 sections, which contained a rather mysterious and powerful concept of power. Moreover, Luo Qingwu very keenly discovered that there seemed to be flames flickering and jumping on the surface of the bamboo stick. With her divine sense, she could feel that there was a vast amount of fire elephant essence in the bamboo stick. Bamboo and wood were born with raging fire. While it was contradictory and strange, there was also a concept of reason in it. Naturally, Luo Qingwu could also clearly feel that there was a vague but real will in the bamboo stick. It made the bamboo stick seem like a real independent life. It was a magic treasure. Lin Feng smiled slightly. This treasure was called the 7 Treasures Bamboo Fire Staff. He had obtained a few magic treasures after trampling on the reincarnation sect's celestial path. It wasn't very suitable for his own family, so he took these magic treasures to the exchange system to exchange for this 7 Treasures Bamboo Fire Staff. It was quite expensive. It took more than 1 spirit-nurturing level magic treasure to exchange for this 7 Treasures Bamboo Fire Staff. But it was indeed worth the money. Master will reward each of you with a magic treasure when you reach nascent soul. This 7 Treasures Bamboo Fire Staff is for you, Xiao Wu. Lin Feng said, the magic treasure itself has its own power. It's very extraordinary. Apart from that, it's suitable for you. Luo Qingwu's heart moved slightly. She took the 7 Treasures Bamboo Fire Staff and carefully studied it. She nodded repeatedly. Thank you, Master. With this treasure, whether it's cultivating the 7-flame heaven-raising sword or using it after mastering it, it will be greatly beneficial. Luo Qingwu cultivated the 4 Symbols Heaven Opening Book and obtained the 4 Symbols Immortal Beheading Sword. Apart from the 9 Mysterious Wind Formless Sword, there were 3 other swords. She was born with a purine body. Cultivating Tao and methods was often twice the result with half the effort. However, it was also because of her own talent that it was easy for her to practice other sword techniques. However, Luo Qingwu was a little embarrassed when it came to the 7 Flames Heaven-Raising Sword of the 7 Heavenly Blades. She had comprehended and figured out this sword technique by herself, but it was quite difficult to practice it. Now that she obtained the 7 Treasures Bamboo Fire Staff, the problem was easily solved. It also made cultivating the 7 Flame Heaven-Raising sword a lot easier. In the future, when she used this sword, it would be even more powerful. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Although he didn't personally refine it, he was always very particular about the magic treasures and tools he gave to his disciples. He did his best to suit his disciples' actual needs. He either made up for their shortcomings or continued to strengthen their strengths. Luo Qingwu returned to the light dance pavilion to refine the magic treasures and nourish her yuaniying. Lin Feng also continued to focus his attention on the White Tiger Great Sage and the Star Ocean Portal. At the same time, Lin Feng's attention was also on the Infinite Wasteland Vast Land, the King of the Underworld, the Taishu Temple, the Ancient Immortals World, and other forces. The Taishu Temple suddenly visited the ancient immortals' world. According to the information obtained from the ancient race, the crack of the netherworld sea in the ancient immortals' world was related to the king of the underworld. Connecting the two, it was not difficult for Lin Feng to deduce that the Taishu Temple's visit to the ancient immortals' world was related to the king of the underworld. There was something that the king of the underworld wanted in the ancient immortals' world. The Taishu Temple most likely wanted to use it as bait to lure and kill the king of the underworld. However, it was unknown whether the king of the underworld realized this, or whether the ancient immortals' world had something that he wanted was not enough for him to take the risk. A long time passed, but the king of the underworld did not make any moves. Or maybe he is planning something, and is planning to make a move only after he has made up his mind? Lin Feng pondered. Chapter 975. Perhaps it was because the news of people from the Void Temple paying a visit to the ancient world of immortals raised the Underworld Emperor's vigilance. Or perhaps it was because of some other reason, but after a long period of time, the Underworld Emperor still continued to hide, not revealing his whereabouts. Taishu Temple initially sent troops into the Purple Mist Sea to explore the entrance of the Xian Sea. After receiving the news of Tenryu Zhen's mid-tribulation, they immediately retreated and did not make any other moves. Since they did not intend to enter the Xian Sea, there was no need for them to continue occupying the Purple Mist Sea. After Taishu Temple retreated, the Purple Sea Dragon King and his Sea Dragon clan returned to the Xian Sea, and the other demons did not intend to block the entrance. The situation in the Divine Land and Infinite Mainland calmed down for a while, but there were still undercurrents that could erupt at any time. On the Infinite Mainland side, although the Dragon Clan did not come out of the Xian Sea, the news of Tenryu Zhen's successful mid-tribulation still made the other demons feel pressured, and they all sought to improve their strength and influence. Facing the pressure from both the humans and the Dragon Clan, the other demons were still rather restrained and did not make any big moves. However, they were constantly plotting and fighting in private. On the Divine Land's side, Xianmen Tianzong and Taishu Temple, which were the absolute protagonists in the past, and also the two poles of the human forces, became much more low-key. The Mount Shu Sword sect even guarded their mountain gates tightly, almost avoiding the world. The main theme of the Divine Land for the next few years became the conflict between the Great Qin Dynasty and the Great Zhou Dynasty. Previously, the Great Qin Dynasty was restrained by the Mount Shu Sword sect and the other major sects, and it was also not peaceful internally. On the other hand, the Great Zhou Dynasty rose rapidly and became a powerful force that surpassed the Great Qin Dynasty. However, after the Battle of the Yinghai Sea and the Battle of Xian Extermination, the wind direction changed. The Great Zhou Dynasty's rising momentum stopped, and it even showed signs of declining. On the other hand, the Great Qin Dynasty was revitalized, and the strategic situation between the two dynasties was reversed again. Since the Battle of Xian Extermination, the Great Zhou Dynasty had to adopt a strategic defense strategy and bide their time. On the other hand, the Great Qin Empire started to suppress the Great Zhou Empire. Both sides maintained their rationality and restraint. Even though there were constant conflicts, there were no signs of it growing. The Great Qin Empire had made some gains, but the Great Zhou Empire was still able to hold its ground. On the other hand, Xianmen Tianzong had once again entered a period of rapid development. Xiao, Yan, Zhu Yi, and the others were either teaching disciples on the mountain or traveling around the world. The reputation of the sect as a holy land had been thoroughly established. Lin Feng himself remained on Jade Capital Mountain. On the one hand, he cultivated and refined his Tao, and on the other hand, he worked with White Tiger Great Sage to separate the portal from his body. It was a time-consuming task without killing White Tiger Great Sage. Even if White Tiger Great Sage cooperated with him, it would still take a long time. However, Lin Feng was very patient. Obtaining a stable path into the desolate ancient star ocean was very beneficial. Forget about the other benefits. Just the possibility of harvesting the Star River Purple Zoysia pill was extremely important. It was the only resource that the Celestial Sect of Wonders was extremely scarce among the many materials needed to refine the 33 Heavens Fortune Immortal pill. After a long time of hard work, Lin Feng finally separated the portal from White Tiger Great Sage's true form. Although he was very interested in the desolate ancient star ocean, he had enough time, and there was nothing urgent. Therefore, Lin Feng did not immediately open the portal and enter. Instead, he carefully studied it for a while. Through this portal, Lin Feng's understanding of the desolate ancient star ocean deepened. At the same time, while bathing in the starlight and observing the star ocean, Lin Feng also had a new understanding of his Tao and divine powers. A brand new divine powers and Dharma spells gradually took shape in his mind. However, it was only a simple framework. To completely complete it, he still needed time to polish and study. Separating the portal from White Tiger Great Sage's body and studying the desolate ancient star ocean required a lot of time and effort. During this process, 5 years had passed in the vast thousand worlds. In these 5 years, the Divine Land and Infinite Wasteland were both turbulent. Although there were no big waves, the atmosphere of a storm was getting stronger and stronger. Only, the Emperor of the Underworld never showed himself again. Apart from the younger generation disciples of the Void Temple who came out to the world, the upper-level senior cultivators seemed to have once again entered a state of seclusion, rarely coming out from White Cloud Mountain. The ancient immortal world also returned to peace. 5 years had passed. The appearance of the crack in the Nether Sea and the chaos in the ancient world gradually became a memory. Xiao Zhener, who had obtained the 33 days fortune elixir, quickly reached the essence soul stage. However, she quickly went into seclusion again to undergo the trial, and had not come out until now. When Xiao Zhener reached the essence soul stage, Xiao Yin officially visited the ancient immortal world. On one hand, he represented Lin Feng and Xianmen Tianzong to communicate with the ancient race. On the other hand, he also congratulated Xiao Zhener. After the visit, he returned to the Divine Land. The good news was that Xiao Zhener's family now had a good impression of Xiao Yin. Lin Feng already had the intention to visit the ancient immortal world personally after Xiao Zhener finished her trial and came out of seclusion again to propose a marriage for Xiao Yin. Perhaps the ancient race might not agree to it immediately out of consideration for choosing sides. But even if they could not get married in a short time, they should get engaged first. After informing the disciples of this idea, the apprentice brothers and sisters couldn't help but make fun of their eldest apprentice brother again. Xiao Yin, on the other hand, was laughing happily there. After coming down, he worked even harder to train himself. From the inside of the Celestial Sect of Wonders, the second period of rapid development had arrived. Whether it was the foundation of the sect or the cultivation of the disciples of the younger generation after the accumulation of time, they all had a strong foundation and a tendency to soar into the sky. 5 years ago, after Luo Qingwu successfully formed her nascent soul, Han Yang, who had formed his core first, waited for his master to come out of seclusion. Then he immediately had a Taoist name. The Taoist name that Luo Qingwu prepared for him was Dubhe, which originated from the first star of the Big Dipper, Dubhe. The Big Dipper was Dubhe, Merak, Phecta, Megrez, Alioth, Mizar, and Alkaid. Luo Qingwu's idea was to accept her own direct disciples and strive for excellence, just like her master, Lin Feng, who only accepted 8 people. The first 4 people who successfully formed their core were named Dubhe, Merak, Phecta, and Megrez, while the last four were named after the first four stars of the Southern Dipper, namely Tianfu, Tianliang, Tianji, and Tiantong. Not long after Han Yang formed his core 5 years ago, many second-generation direct disciples also formed their core one after another. The head disciple of the Qiantian Palace, Yang Tai, successfully formed his core and was bestowed the Taoist name Tiantai by Zhu Yi. Just like Su Yunqing's Tianxi and Ing Luoz's Tianbi, it was also based on Zhu Yi's own interpretation of the Tao of Yi. The Tai hexagram, Kuan, and Qian was the top of the earth and the bottom of the sky. It was the intersection of heaven and earth, and all living things were connected, the intersection of the upper and lower, and their aspirations were the same. The inner yang and the outer yin, the inner strong and the outer docile, the inner gentleman and the outer villain. The gentleman's Tao was long, and the small one's Tao was long. The Snow Wind Valley's head disciple, Zhao Huan, formed his core and was bestowed the Taoist name Tianjing by Yu Hongyan. The little medicine boy, whose life and death were uncertain in the past, had now truly grown into a steady and experienced talent. He successfully formed his golden elixir and even formed his purple core. His future was promising. Back then, when he was refined into a human elemental pill, other cultivators who obtained his void core could only form a yellow core. That miserable past almost cut off Xiao Huan's path to progress. Fortunately, he had received the careful guidance of Yu Hongyan and Xianmen Tianzong all these years. Only then did he have hope again. Back then, during the Kunlun Mountains Dharma assembly, his cultivation was only in the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. However, that was to lay a good foundation and pave the way for future cultivation. Just like Zhou Yunsong, when he was in the foundation establishment realm, he deliberately slowed down his progress. Otherwise, he would have been in the late stage of the foundation establishment realm at that time. However, from the looks of it now, his previous efforts were not in vain. Step by step, Zhao Huan stabilized his path and finally succeeded in breaking free from all the shackles of the past, successfully forming his core without leaving any future troubles. After the trip to Infinite Wasteland, the head disciple of He Luoju, Tan Yunqing, also cultivated in seclusion and successfully formed his golden elixir. Li Yuanfang bestowed him the Taoist name Tianfang. Zhuge Wanqiu also successfully formed her core, which made her father, Zhuge Zhan, extremely happy. After discussing with Shi Tianhao for a long time, they finally decided on the Taoist name Tianhong. In the following days, there were also second-generation foundation establishment disciples who succeeded in forming their core. At the same time, third-generation foundation establishment disciples also gradually began to grow. In these 5 years, there were new disciples who entered the sect one after another. They passed the entrance examination to become foundation disciples, and then passed the examination to become core disciples. The threshold to enter Xianmen Tianzong was not low to begin with. Those who could become core disciples were the best in the entire divine land. After the most outstanding group of people emerged one after another, with the accumulation and tempering of time, the large group of people behind them gradually caught up. With the accumulation, the cultivators of Xianmen Tianzong in the golden elixir period ushered in a huge blowout. Today, 5 years after the Xian extermination battle, the number of Xianmen Tianzong disciples in the golden elixir period had already exceeded 70. Nowadays, the responsibility of the daily operations of the sect was mostly borne by the younger disciples. There were also more and more Xianmen Tianzong disciples who began to travel around the world. Although they did not cause much of a stir, their influence was increasing day by day. Because of the relatively high threshold to accept disciples, there were less than 1,000 disciples in Xianmen Tianzong. However, the cultivators in the golden elixir period had already exceeded 10% of the total number. This ratio was very rare in the entire divine land. Lin Feng looked at the flourishing sect and felt happy. As for the main mission, the number of disciples in the Golden Elixir period exceeded 10% of the total number, and the number of disciples in the Foundation establishment stage was more than half. There was nothing to worry about these two requirements. What he was concerned about now was that the number of disciples in the Yuanying period had reached 1% of the total number. According to the lower limit of the total number of people, he needed at least 10. And in these 5 years, Dao Yuding and Little Lin Tong had successfully formed their nascent souls. Their cultivation time, including the time spent in the accelerated time grotto heaven, was also less than 50 years, which completely met the requirements. What was even more exciting was that Zhou Yunsong, Tang Jun, Ying Luozha, Han Yang, Huang Jinting, and Yang Tai had all reached the late stage of the Golden Elixir period, and there was hope for them to form their nascent souls. Under such circumstances, Lin Feng was naturally not in a hurry. Instead, he began to ponder over the system mission again, and a new idea came to his mind. Chapter 976. The total number of disciples in the past generations was more than 1,000. The proportion of disciples in the Yuanying period was 1%. The proportion of disciples in the Golden Elixir period was more than 10%. And the proportion of disciples in the Foundation establishment period was more than 39%. The time limit was 50 years. Every disciple's cultivation time was based on 50 years of accumulated cultivation. After 50 years of accumulation, even if they managed to reach the primordial divinity stage within a year, it would not be counted. At the same time, if Lin Feng's own time passed 50 years, the time limit would be announced. From the current point of view, there was basically no difficulty for Lin Feng to complete the current main quest. Because of his deliberate control, the amount of time that Lin Feng himself had spent in the mysterious heaven-time-like grotto heaven was limited. There was still a certain distance from the time limit of 50 years that he had set for himself. As for Zhou Yunsong and the others, there was also quite a distance from the time limit of 50 years. Unless they were collectively stuck at the bottleneck of the void thunder tribulation, or all of them failed to pass the thunder tribulation and were struck to ashes. But this possibility was very small, so small that it was almost negligible. Among them, Zhou Yunsong was once again dragged down by his own burning young body. After the Yin fire tribulation, he needed to be careful in the face of the void thunder tribulation. If he was not careful, the thunder and fire would intersect, and the result would be internal and external troubles. Although Huang Jinting and Yang Tai had just passed the Yin wind tribulation, there was still a long way to go before the 50 years time limit. According to the potential and strength they had shown before, there was enough time. What's more, Lu Xiaofeng and Li Xingfei had been promoted to the middle golden elixir for a long time and were temporarily in a bottleneck period. After breaking through the bottleneck, there was immediately hope to pass the Yin wind tribulation. Tan Yunqing, Zhuge Wanqiu, Zhao Huan, Sun Shuer, Ku Jing, and Yan Wuwei had also reached the middle golden elixir realm, and there was still potential to be tapped. Even among the disciples who entered late, some began to catch up, and some of the third-generation disciples gradually began to stand out. From a probability point of view, the most likely situation to make Lin Feng fail the main task was that Lin Feng himself entered a time cave and exceeded the 50 years time limit. Otherwise, completing the main task was already a sure thing. In this case, Lin Feng could not help but start to think about another problem, and that was the reward of the main quest. All along, the rewards from the system's main storyline quests had always been very impressive. However, until the main storyline quests were completed and the rewards were in their hands, there was no way to know what the rewards were. However, in the previous main quests, there were rewards for completing them, while the punishment for failing to complete them was extremely heavy. until this main quest became only a reward and no punishment. The result of failing the main quest was the loss of the reward. At the same time, Lin Feng carefully pondered over the current main quest and found that the conditions were flexible. There were more than 1,000 disciples in the sect, and the number of successors of each realm was a percentage. Therefore, strictly speaking, the requirements of this mission only had a lower limit and no upper limit. Then the question was, according to the lower limit, would the rewards be the same for completing the mission just right, and exceeding the lower limit be the same? This was a question that Lin Feng had been thinking about recently. Of course, this question could not be effectively verified. However, Lin Feng speculated that the rewards would be different depending on the completion of the mission. It was true that the system was very sly and deceptive, but most of the time it would deceive you in the open and would not deliberately play tricks on people. For example, if Wang Lin exceeded the time limit and was not included in the list of people who formed their nascent soul within 50 years, the system would give a clear judgment immediately. It would not deliberately pretend to be confused, and it would not wait until the end of the mission to act shamelessly. In other words, the system was sly and strict, deceptive and scoundrel, but basically it still played its cards according to the rules. Then, according to the side quest of the Saraira, the more Saraira returned each time, the better the side reward would be. From this, it could be seen that this kind of mission that did not have a strict completion standard would most likely involve the degree of completion and the completion of the results. Then it would be judged according to this, and the mission reward would be calculated. Of course, the calculation standard was still unknown. For example, the current main quest was very difficult to judge. Generally speaking, there were two possibilities. First, it would be judged according to the number of people. In other words, as long as the required proportion of disciples in each realm was ensured, then the more people in each realm, the better. In other words, the number of disciples in the Yuanying realm was required to be 1%, and the total number of disciples in the Yuanying realm was required to be 20 people, which was double the minimum standard. Second, it would be judged according to the percentage. In other words, the percentage of disciples in the Yuanying realm, Golden Elixir realm, and Foundation Establishment realm should be increased as much as possible. The higher the percentage, the better. For example, the minimum number of disciples should be maintained at just over 1,000. Then, from them, 20 Yuanying realm cultivators and 200 Golden Elixir realm cultivators would be trained, and the rest would all be Foundation Establishment realm. Then, the proportion of the total number of disciples in the Yuanying realm would be 2%, the Golden Elixir realm would be 20%, and the rest of the Foundation Establishment realm would be calculated according to the percentage, which was double the minimum. Of course, the above was just an example. It was not necessary to exceed the number of disciples in all three realms. If one of the realms exceeded the quota, the final calculation result would be different, and the main quest reward might be different. Moreover, it was very likely that only the difference in the number of disciples in one realm would affect the final judgment. For example, if the Golden Elixir realm and Foundation Establishment realm reached the standard, only the number of disciples in the Yuanying realm would have an impact. But what kind of standard will be used to judge this? Lin Feng is still a bit unsure. According to the former judgment standard, completing the mission would consume more resources because the base number would increase massively. According to the latter judgment standard, it would be relatively more difficult. After all, in the case of a limited base number, it would undoubtedly be much more difficult to cultivate more top talents, and the resources consumed would also be a lot. At this time, the system had always been a scammer. Therefore, Lin Feng speculated that the latter was more likely. Although he did not know what the main quest reward was, Lin Feng definitely hoped that the reward would be as high as possible. In particular, he was interested in something. This thing could not be found in the exchange system and other places. He only learned about its existence from the description of another item. That was the strengthened version of the Heaven Interception Seal. The Heaven Interception Seal. Lin Feng almost rummaged through the system, but he could not find this thing, so he turned his attention to the special reward of the main quest. Of course, he was not sure if the special reward of the main quest would give this thing, or what kind of standard would be needed to get it, but in the absence of other ways, it did not prevent him from thinking about it. With the above conjecture, Lin Feng began to seriously ponder how to complete the current main quest with a higher standard. There was no doubt that among the several quest standards, the most difficult one was to form the nascent soul within 50 years. Lin Feng counted the cards in his hand. The situation was still very optimistic, but it could not be underestimated. Accidents were always everywhere. The simplest example was Zhou Yunsong, one of the strongest in actual combat among the second-generation disciples in the same realm. If the young man could not overcome the existing problems, it was normal for him to be stuck at the peak of the late stage of the golden elixir for decades. Of course, except for a few people, Lin Feng did not need to worry about the cultivation of the second-generation disciples. Xiao Yan and others were very attentive to their respective disciples, and they all knew the principle of teaching in accordance with the aptitude and local conditions. Lin Feng considered the problem from a higher level, from the overall perspective of the sect, to further expand resources, improve strength, and optimize conditions for the sect. Hard work for so many years was not in vain. Nowadays, the hardware and software conditions of Xianmen Tianzong were changing with each passing day. It was much better than in the past. The later the disciple entered the sect, the better the treatment, and the better the conditions at the starting stage. Of course, while the environment was constantly improving, Lin Feng, Xiao Yan, and others were also stricter requirements and tempering the younger disciples to ensure that they would not be unaware of the blessings. From the looks of it, everyone's desire to improve was still very strong. What Lin Feng needed to do now was to further improve the foundation of the sect in all aspects, so that the good seedlings with potential could be further promoted. The Star Sea Gate in his hand was a very good opportunity. Lin Feng raised his palm, and a white ball of light floated in the air. The light spread out and turned into a white jade-like door. The door opened to both sides. Through the door, Lin Feng could see a bright and vast galaxy appearing in front of him. At the same time, in the white cloud mountain that was shrouded in thick clouds, a mirror light flashed. Another Star Sea Gate has opened. Lord Tai and Shoichi Daishin appeared at the top of White Cloud Mountain at the same time. Shoichi Daishin turned his head and asked, "Senior Brother Tai, can you determine its location?" Lord Tai shook his head. In the current situation, if there are no more clues, the Haotian mirror can only detect the opening of the Star Sea Gate. It can't determine its specific location, nor can it determine who is in control of the Star Sea Gate. He closed his eyes, and his expression suddenly changed slightly. Shoichi Daishin also looked at him. "Senior brother, have the Star Sea Gates that were opened before closed? How many Star Sea Gates have opened at the same time?" Slowly, Lord Tai said, "For have opened before, and none of them have closed. This is the fifth. With 4 Star Sea Gates, we can open the Star Tomb." Shoichi Daishin said silently, "Although these Star Sea Gates are in the hands of different demon clans, it's hard to say if they will join forces against the Star Tomb. The more people that enter, the more choices there are, and the higher the possibility of them joining forces. It's just that in the past thousands of years, there have only been 4 Star Sea Gates that have opened at the same time, and only once. This is the first time that 5 Star Sea Gates have opened at the same time, but I wonder who is in control of them." Lord Tai seemed to know what Shoichi Daishin was thinking. He pondered and said, We only have one chance to enter the Star Sea. There are restrictions on the number of people and cultivation levels that can enter. At most, one of the four of us can go. In a situation where we don't even have a Star Sea gate in our hands, it will be difficult for us to do anything. Shoichi Dashin said, "The war between the two realms is approaching. There are some things that should be cut off." Chapter 9:77. The supremacy of the Greater One gazed into the distance and muttered, "The heavenly dragon primordial chi still needs time to return to its peak. However, be it the situation of the divine continent or heaven wasteland, they are all changing at any time. The situation of the Yudu race is still unclear. I'll stay behind to guard White Cloud Mountain. I'll have to trouble junior brother Daoist. First to go to the Star Sea." Shoichi Dashin nodded. "Senior brother Daoist first is too kind. I'll go." Dao Venerable One said, "Other than you, I can send 2 more people in. What do you think?" Xian Lin and Yu Yuan will assist junior sister Qingyi in guarding Infinite Wasteland. Huang Heng is going through another tribulation, so don't disturb him," Shoichi Dashin said. "Nanlai will take charge of the situation. Yuanjin will communicate with the Great Zhou Empire. Qingning will refine pills. Meng Qi will monitor the Netherworld Sea, and Daohan will monitor Xianmen Tianzong. I'll bring Fengzhou and Yun Kong in." Dao Venerable One closed his eyes and thought for a moment. He shook his head and said, "Let Meng Qi go to Infinite Wasteland and exchange for Xianlin. At the same time, exchange for Grand Drum Immortal and Yinyang Wang. Bring them into the Star Sea." 5 Star Sea gates opened at the same time, which means that there are 5 great demons running amok. Although there are many conflicts between the demons, it is very likely that they will attack you together after discovering you. Especially when it comes to the Star Tomb, the demon races might join forces to deal with us in the early stages. Shoichi Dashin nodded. "Senior brother is right. In that case, I'll bring Xianlin and Fengzhou in. Grand Drum Immortal and Yinyang Wang will follow." Dao Venerable One said, "The primordial demon ape, the enchantress, and the dragon race might all be in there. Although we don't know who the other 2 are, we have to be careful. However, they kept the Star Sea Gate a secret. I think they're afraid of being robbed by the other demon races. Therefore, it's still unknown whether the Star Tomb can be opened or not. We need to guard against another Star Sea Gate falling into the hands of the Heavenly Enchantress, and the Dragon race. In such a situation, the Star Tomb might be opened when all 4 Star Sea Gates are gathered." Dao Master, Xingyi said, "This is also an opportunity for our temple. Let's take a step back and say that as long as we can get a gate of Star Sea, with the help of the Haoqian Mirror, we will have a chance to lock the position of other gates of Star Sea. Taking a step back, even if we can't obtain the Star Sea Gate, if the demon race wants to open the Star Tomb, we can still obstruct them or obtain resources from it." Lord Tai Yi nodded. "That's right. I'll leave the specific response to it to you. Junior brother, apart from me, Xianlin, and Fengzhou, the number of young disciples who have yet to attain the Essence Soul Realm is also limited, but it's much more abundant. If we have a star disciples, we star heaven, star, and saint we can, Qi, spirit star realm, and the gods. Without the gate of Star Ocean, this is the only chance we have to enter." Dao Venerable One thought for a moment and said, "Be careful. After all, the environment is very dangerous this time." Shoichi Dashin replied, "Xianlin, Star Heaven, and I will take care of them. But the more dangerous the environment is, the more the young disciples can be trained." After discussing with Dao Venerable One, Shoichi Dashin was ready to leave. Before he left, his expression suddenly changed. He looked at Dao Venerable One and asked, "Senior brother Dao, can you confirm Miao Shihao's situation?" After a moment of silence, Tao Venerable One said slowly, "Most likely." Shoichi Daishin also fell silent. After a long while, he shook his head and said, "No images of ancestor Huatian have been passed down. We can only see his true appearance when we refine the talisman he left in the spiritual sea." One thing that made them feel very helpless was that one of the 4 ancient heroes of the Void Temple, Yue Huatian, was extremely mysterious back then. No one in the outside world knew his true appearance, and only a few people within the Void Temple had seen him before. Because there were no images of light or shadow, even in the current era, even the Supreme One Tao Lord, the Righteous One Tao Lord, and the others had only heard of his name and did not recognize him. Yu Huatian was the direct descendant of Yu Huatian, but she did not know what her ancestor looked like before. It was not until the talisman was refined in the spiritual sea and the shadows of Yu Huatian and Li Jingyuan appeared that people in Taishu Temple could see his true appearance. Following that, the people from the Taishu Temple also realized a problem, and that was that Miao Shihao, the true monarch of Mirrorflower, who currently resided in the Celestial Sect of Wonders, actually had the same facial features as Yue Huatian. Although the probability of such a coincidence was very small, it was not impossible. However, for the big shots of Taishu Temple, who had a lot of information, they did not think it was a pure coincidence. In particular, Miao Shihao's dislike for Taishu Temple was not a secret. In the past, Taishu Temple did not pay much attention to a rogue cultivator like him who had not even reached the primordial soul stage. In fact, even if Miao Shihao reached the primordial soul stage, it would not affect Taishu Temple, but this was only relative to his personal strength. Now that they gradually understood Miao Shihao's background, Taishu Temple could not take it lightly, especially when Miao Shihao was in Xianmen Tianzong at the moment. Tao Master Tai said slowly, "In the Ying Sea, Yuanzhen's disciple, Mingyu had some connections and tried to sound Miao Shihao out. But in the end, she got nothing. It was not until I saw Ancestral Master Huatian's face in the spiritual sea that the truth came to light. Unfortunately, it was too late. It is impossible to find him in a short time. Lin Feng had left the spiritual sea earlier than them. When they were still trapped in the spiritual sea, and Tao Master Qing Yi and the others were busy with Taihua Mountain, Lin Feng had successfully destroyed Mount Shu. In addition to his own strength, improving by leaps and bounds, he had also conquered Mount Shu and successfully sharpened the Heaven Punishment Sword. When Tao Master Tai and the others finally got rid of the suppression of the spiritual sea and returned to the vast 1,000 domains, the truth in front of them was that the immortal heaven had been destroyed and the Heaven Punishment Sword had been achieved. At this time, even Shoichi Daishin and the others had to admit that before the Haotian mirror fully recovered, unless Lin Feng took the initiative to attack White Cloud Mountain, they would not be able to do anything to Lin Feng. In the private conversation between Tao Master Tai, Shoichi Daishin, Tao Master Qing Yi, and Tao Master Xian, Tao Master Qing Yi had made it clear that she had underestimated Lin Feng, which was probably the biggest mistake of her life. That day, she had misjudged the progress of the battle between Lin Feng and Mount Shu, so that the immortal heaven had been destroyed and the Heaven Punishment Sword had been achieved. If time could be reversed, she would rather give up Taihua Mountain and intervene in the Battle of Mount Shu. The difference of one step was like the difference between heaven and earth, especially after Lin Feng's trip to Infinite Wasteland and Vast Land. Taishu Temple could confirm that Lin Feng had not exerted his full strength in the Battle of Mount Shu. At that time, the assessment of Xianmen Tianzong still needed to be adjusted. In the case that the Haotian mirror was incomplete once a full-scale war broke out outside White Cloud Mountain, the result would most likely be a lose-lose situation, or even mutual destruction. because of the special nature of Yujing Mountain, the Yin and Yang life and death formation, and the Heaven Punishment Sword formation. As long as the war did not break out on White Cloud Mountain, any neutral ground was actually equivalent to Lin Feng's home ground. Dao, Master Tai, and Shoichi Daishin looked at each other speechlessly. The Battle of Mount Shu was indeed the turning point in the comparison of strength between Taishu Temple and Xianmen Tianzong, when they were temporarily trapped by the spiritual sea, and Lin Feng had refined the Heaven Punishment Sword. The situation was no longer the same. This was the first behemoth that was truly on the same level as them after entering the ancient era. Before the Haotian mirror was complete, the result of the battle outside White Cloud Mountain was that everyone was separated. At the same time, this behemoth did not exist alone. Instead, it united nearly half of the forces of the human clan in the Divine Land. The course of the battle of destroying Xian had already shown that the plan of a group attack could not be carried out. Shoichi Daishin looked calm and said in a calm tone, "The others are not important, but there is a lot of information that Miao Shihao has. If he provides it to the master of Xianmen, our plan to throw Xianmen Tianzong into the war between the two worlds as an unstable force will be seriously affected. The master of Xianmen will be wary, and it will be much more difficult for our plan." Dao, Master Tai, also looked calm and said indifferently, "In a situation where the general policy has been decided, no matter how many waves there are in the middle, we just need to try our best to overcome them." Senior Brother Tai's words make sense. Shoichi Daishin nodded and turned to leave, preparing to go to the Sea of Stars. With a soft sigh, Dao Master Tai closed his eyes and looked into the distant sky. He did not speak for a long time. At this moment, on Yujing Mountain, Lin Feng looked at the open gate of the Sea of Stars with a calm gaze. At this moment, it was naturally impossible for him to know the content of the conversation between Dao Master Tai and Shoichi Daishin, but some problems were almost on the surface. Over the years, Lin Feng had been thinking about it from time to time. He could see the image of Yuehua sky and the Spirit Sea, and guess Miao Shihao's background. There was no reason why the Taishu Temple could not guess it, even if he did not pay attention to Miao Shihao before. As long as he knew of his existence, it was not difficult for him to think of many things. 5 years ago, not long after Lin Feng returned from the Tianhuang continent, Miao Shihao successfully proved his essence soul. However, after proving his essence soul, Miao Shihao did not communicate with anyone. Without saying a word, he went into seclusion again, and it was a seclusion in the void. Until today, he still had not come out. According to Lin Feng's speculation, Miao Shihao was likely to have a great harvest when he came out of seclusion this time. However, it was not in terms of strength. He was looking forward to it, but he was not in a hurry. After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng used his dermic power to send a voice transmission to the disciples. After explaining the situation, Lin Feng ordered, "Master will stay on Yujing Mountain to cultivate in seclusion. This time, I will send the Brontosaurus clone and the God of War clone into the desolate ancient Sea of Stars. During my seclusion, Little Yen and Little Lin will stay on the mountain. The others will follow me into the Sea of Stars." Half a year ago, Zhu Yi's original body left the mountain and traveled the world. It was not limited to the vast 1,000 domains, but also explored the void, traveling to various medium-sized worlds and foreign spaces. 5 years ago, Yang Qing brought Zhou Yunsong back from the Tianhuang continent. After making arrangements, he left Yujing Mountain and began to fulfill his vow to practice medicine and help the people. He was not on the mountain at the moment. Naturally, Lin Feng's words did not include the two of them. However, Zhu Yi's Haoyang clone was still on the mountain and had the intention to follow. Wang Lin's original body stayed behind and also sent the great demon clone to follow. Lin Feng naturally allowed it. The trip to the Sea of Stars was beneficial to both Hao Yang's clone and the Great Demon clone. Among the others, Shi Tianhao, Yu Hongyan, Li Yuanfang, and Luo Qingwu had nothing to do, so they naturally followed Lin Feng. The Brontosaurus clone and the God of War clone appeared in front of the Star Ocean Gate at the same time. The Brontosaurus clone waved his hand and gathered everyone with his demonic power, then entered the Star Ocean Gate with the God of War clone.